Chapter 126, Abyss. Wizard's water was also called sublimation water. As its name implied, it could help an apprentice complete the sublimation of their life level, allowing the apprentice to advance into a wizard. And wizard's water was also an essential item for an apprentice to advance into a wizard. For a moment, Heath suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, and even his mouth and tongue became dry. There's wizard's water here. This is unbelievable. He could put the disbelief aside for now. The first thing Heath had to consider was, should he take a gamble? There was nothing to hesitate about. The answer was a must. Wizard's water was not a question of how much it was worth. This rare item was a priceless treasure. It was a strictly controlled item. Many rare materials and formulas needed to make it were not available on the market. Including the Shadow Tower, there was not a single wizard organization in the entire Underdark Tresia that could make it. Even in the entire West Coast, there were only 1 or 2 wizard organizations that could make it. According to the usual procedures, after an apprentice met the requirements to advance to a wizard, they would need to apply to the wizard organization they belonged to, and the wizard organization would then purchase it from the Tower of Order. As for whether or not to sell it and how much it would sell, it would depend on the Tower of Order's intentions. It was not that there were no illegal ways to obtain it, but not only was it expensive, they also had to face a lot of trouble to clear their name. If they were not careful, they would end up as a dark wizard. Now that there was such an opportunity to obtain the wizard's water in front of him, how could Heath not be tempted? One had to know that according to the rules of the wizard world, in such a chaotic battlefield, no matter what resources a wizard obtained, it was legal and reasonable. In other words, if he took this bottle of wizard's water, he would not even need to clear his name. For a moment, Heath could not help but think quickly. How do I get in? According to the Knight's Soul, they were ordered to attack the Forest Guard Tower and successfully captured Marcel. The information about the wizard's water came from Marcel. According to him, there was a treasure vault left behind by Wizard Parker in the Forest Guard Tower. However, they met with trouble on the way to the treasure vault. Before they could rejoice after opening the treasury, a huge demonized bug jumped out. That demonized bug was extremely powerful and they were no match for it at all. They were all wiped out in just a few seconds, including John. They were all eaten by the other party. It looks like a giant worm, with a bunch of surging tentacles, like a lump. From the description of the knight, it should be the Abyssal Queen Worm. In the Shadow Tower, which introduced the knowledge of the Abyss, Heath had seen the introduction of this kind of worm. It was not a native product of the wizard world, but came from another plane, the Abyss Plane. Heath thought, if it's the Abyssal Queen Worm, this monster had powerful spiritual power that could control insect-type creatures. The demonized insects in the forest previously were obviously controlled by it. The energy units it could use had already reached the wizard level. From the energy intensity alone, it was equivalent to a wizard. Of course, this was only judged from the energy units. There was still a gap between the Abyssal Queen Worm and a real wizard. It could only be considered as a peak apprentice. As long as it was still within the scope of an apprentice, there was room for Heath to operate. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was invincible. After thinking carefully on the spot, Heath quickly decided on a battle plan based on the current conditions. The first step was that he needed a sizable army. Finding an army in the wilderness sounded incredible, but Heath could make it one of his plans. Of course, this condition could be fulfilled. Leaving the cave, Heath headed in a certain direction in the forest. At the same time, in the Shadow Tower, the life of an extraordinary person was not as ordinary people imagined. Day and night, they spent their time in intense training. In fact, other than a few extremely lofty and strong-willed individuals, the vast majority of extraordinary people would waste their time doing some boring things. For example, they would gather together to enjoy the physiological stimulation of sex, indulge in some kind of magic cards, travel around the secular world, and so on. They would use these methods to relieve the boredom of training. It was the same for apprentices, and it was the same for wizards. For example, right now, the 2 existing wizards in Shadow Tower were doing something to relieve their boredom. In Wizard Edith's room, beside the old wooden table, Wizard Edith and Witch Cassandra were standing side by side. They were staring at the wooden table, their eyes full of excitement, as if they were observing something interesting and new. There was a crystal ball placed there, and a scene was playing in the crystal ball. It was Heath who was running in the magic bug forest. Edith said, "What a greedy kid. He knows about the Abyssal Queen Worm, but he still dares to set his mind on this place. I don't know whether to praise his courage or criticize his boldness. Cassandra smiled and said, he really has the spirit to fight. But I'm very curious. Where did this kid get the energy to learn so much nonsense? He even knows the soul summoning spell, and even the abyssal queen worm. This guy is really a genius. Wizard Edith sighed. It's a pity that he has no gratitude at all. When the tower was in trouble, not only did he not stay to help, but he also turned around and left without hesitation. Now he's even thinking about the property outside the tower. Damn it. Really damn it. He seemed to be very angry. Which Cassandra shook her head and said, his resources in the tower were earned by himself bit by bit. This is in itself a trade of equal value. A trade is a trade. It's not appropriate to talk about morality. Let's not talk about other things. Look at the apprentices outside now. How many of them are sincerely staying for the tower? Which Cassandra said, what we need to reflect on is ourselves. If we were in the position of those apprentices, would we really risk our lives for the tower? We all know that no matter how hard they work, the possibility of them becoming wizards is still very slim. Wizard Edith frowned. There's no other way. Resources are limited. Not everyone can become a wizard, right? Which Cassandra sneered and said sarcastically, you've lived for a long time. Don't you know what wizard's water is? Using resources to talk about things is the stupidest thing. Wizard Edith remained silent. This was a big problem. As a young wizard, it was better for him not to speak recklessly. Which Cassandra continued, do you know? Destiny-type magic is not omnipotent. It can only act as a trigger and only allow things that meet the conditions to happen. In other words, if this land does not meet the conditions for war, destiny-type magic will definitely not work. She solemnly said, everyone's resentment was squeezed too much. Wizard Edith coughed and decisively ended the topic. Cough, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's look at this apprentice. Do you think he can really get the wizard's water? Is it really possible to change his fate? Magic Bug Forest. Heath walked out of Magic Bug Forest and soon came to a burnt valley covered with reefs. It was the valley where they fought when they entered Magic Bug Forest. That's right, his so-called army was the Spider Army. Don't think that this army was all noobs just because they were destroyed by Heath. It was just that he had deliberately calculated and unintentionally used the flame that was the most effective against spiders to trap them. If went against them in a head-on competition, even if they were given twice the number of people, they might not be able to defeat this army. Coming to the center of the forest, Heath took out the necromancer's staff, raised it high, and chanted an obscure incantation. Undead who wander in the land of darkness. Lost souls who have lost their way. In the name of the staff, I command you. As the incantation was chanted, the skull at the top of the necromancer's staff suddenly lit up with blue soul flames. The blue flame poured out from the empty skull like water and landed on the ground. It quickly spread to the surroundings and quickly wrapped around a charred corpse. At the same time, a dark red magic array emerged from the bottom of the valley. Undead resurrection. When the last syllable of Heath's incantation fell, the originally peaceful valley was broken by a clamor. Thousands of dead spiders woke up at the same time. Chapter 127, Decapitation. Phew. Heath let out a long sigh and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Although the magic power consumed by this resurrection spell was mainly from the staff itself and he was only playing a guiding role, this was an official level spell after all. The magic power consumed by just guiding was also extremely huge. After resting for a while, he took out a magic potion to recover his magic power from his dimensional pocket and drank it. Only then did he recover. Following that, Heath did not delay any longer and immediately began to move. Although the necromancer's staff's undead recovery was powerful, it only had an hour for him to use it. From now on, he had to seize every second. He first counted the number of his own army. Through the special spiritual connection, he quickly understood the current size of his army. They were 1 queen spider, 36 high-level demonized spiders, and the remaining 8,623 were ordinary demonized spiders. As for the smaller spiders, they were all burned to ashes by the Hellfire Sea and could not be resurrected. Then, he organized the 8,000-plus spider army into groups of dozens of teams. The abyssal queenworm was a spiritual abyssal life form. Its strength lay in its surging spiritual power, which allowed it to control a large number of insect-type creatures. The maximum range of the adult abyssal queenworm was 1,000 meters. Its strength was very limited if viewed alone. However, in this forest filled with demonized insects, it became extremely powerful. According to Heath's estimation, the number of demonized insects controlled by the abyssal queenworm was at least 60,000, which far surpassed Heath's undead army in terms of both quantity and quality. However, insects were still insects. Humans would never be able to learn how it arranged their troops. 10 minutes later, in the magic bug forest, guarding the east side of the forest guard tower. Buzz! 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 The sound of wings flapping echoed in the forest. A giant bloodthirsty mosquito flapped its wings and wandered around the forest, like a patrolling soldier. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two sharp wind-breaking sounds rang out. Two giant demonized spiders leaped out of the forest. Their large mouth parts opened up, and a ball of white silk shot out, quickly turning into a large spider web in the air. Whoosh! The giant bloodthirsty mosquito was caught off guard by the web and was pinned to the ground. At the same time, another demonized spider leaped up and pounced over. Its sharp forelimbs that were as sharp as blades were raised high and then slashed heavily at the head of the giant bloodthirsty mosquito. With a pu sound, the entire head of the giant bloodthirsty mosquito was cut off. Squeak! Squeak! It was the sharp sound of insects exploding in the forest. The spiritual connection allowed the abyssal queenworm to immediately discover the death of the giant bloodthirsty mosquito. Under its command, more than 10 giant bloodthirsty mosquitoes immediately rushed over here. But at the same time, in another forest a few hundred meters away from this battle point, a few demonized spiders also invaded. Similarly, the moment they were discovered, the abyssal queenworm immediately dispatched a pair of bugs to encircle and annihilate them. Such a scene erupted throughout the entire magic bug forest. For a moment, with the forest guard tower as the center, every area within 1,000 meters was invaded by demonized spiders. From a high altitude, it seemed as if the demonized spiders had surrounded this area. In order to prevent the invasion, the abyssal queenworm immediately sent the insects under her control. When a large number of insects were sent to the front line to fight against the demonized spiders, a hollow area naturally appeared in the center of the forest guard tower. And at this time, Heath took action. The magic bug forest guard tower. Standing under the forest guard tower, Heath looked up at the tall tower. This was the center of the magic bug forest. The watchmen who were responsible for guarding the magic bug forest lived here. Other than that, this place also served as a prison for wizards who broke the rules and important political prisoners. For example, if Heath was caught, he would be imprisoned here. Such a thing will never happen. Retracting his gaze, Heath walked into the tower. There were obvious signs of a battle here. Around the tower were a circle of green goblin corpses, with a few knights among them. In the pouring rain, fresh blood mixed with mud flowed wantonly. In order to fight against the spider army, the abyssal queenworm had basically sent the insects to the front line. Only a small portion of them was stationed around the tower. With just these, it was naturally impossible to form a thorough defense against the tower, especially when the abyssal queenworm was still busy fighting against the spider army. She did not expect that an uninvited guest had arrived in her nest. Using invisibility, Heath easily stepped over the corpses of the green goblins and walked into the tower. On the first floor of the tower was a spacious circular hall. The layout was similar to most wizard towers. However, at this moment, the hall had completely turned into a worm nest. The floor and ceiling were covered with a thick film, and the surroundings were covered with large worm eggs. Seeing this scene, Heath could not help but frown. I really don't know why the wizards would leave such a dangerous thing here. All insects had a strong reproductive ability, and the abyssal queenworm was no exception. Even if it was only a few days after it came out of the seal, it was enough for it to form an ecological environment here. It was a species that reproduced asexually, and it had obviously begun to lay eggs. If left unchecked, it would not take long for the larvae of the abyssal queenworm to hatch. In less than a month, it would cause a plague of insects in the Underdark Tresia. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to the current Underdark Tresia. I wonder if this is considered a disguised attempt to save the world. As his thoughts ran wild, Heath continued to walk inside. After passing through a long corridor, he quickly found the abyssal queenworm. How should he describe this monster? It looked like a magnified version of a giant maggot. It was long and its body had sections. It was also milky white. There was a large mouth part at one end of its head. In the mouth part, there were serrated sharp teeth and densely packed tentacles around it. It looked extremely disgusting. Abyssal creatures generally had the model of random growth. Any creature that came from the abyss, no matter what kind of creature, did not conform to human aesthetic standards. However, it could not be denied that they were powerful. Standing behind a pillar, Heath secretly looked at the abyssal queen worm in front of him, trying to calm down the nervousness in his heart. The abyssal queen worm seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and her spiritual power scanned the direction where Heath was. The abyssal queen worm's strength lay in its spiritual power, but this did not mean that her main body was useless. On the contrary, her main body also had extraordinary combat ability. Its 3 attributes were no less than 30 points. It could also spit acid that could easily melt steel, had excellent spiritual attacks, and had a strong stance ability. Many factors combined determined that this was not a battle that would be easy to win. But Heath firmly believed that he would win. It might be very hard, he might get injured, and he might be exhausted. But he had calculated repeatedly. He was certain. He would definitely win. Who? Heath let out a long breath and suppressed the nervousness in his heart. He held his sword and walked out from behind the pillar. The next moment. Clang! The cold interweaving sound of metal exploded in the hall. Chapter 128, Bug War. Squeak! An ear-piercing shriek rang out. The abyssal queen worm, which had sensed that something was wrong, instantly locked onto Heath's exact location. Knowing that it had been tricked, it hurriedly summoned the swarm of insect guards outside. At the same time, it controlled its spiritual power to quickly retract the swarm of insects at the front line. At the same time, it wriggled its long body like a snake and stood up straight. Its mouth, which was like a chrysanthemum, contracted and expanded, and streams of acid immediately sprayed towards Heath. Heath held his sword with both hands and rushed towards the abyssal queen worm at high speed. At the same time, he relied on his superior agility to dodge left and right to avoid the acid that flew towards him. Large amounts of the acid landed on the floor, and a series of puchy 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 sounds could be heard. White smoke actually rose up from the floor that had been strengthened by magic, burning holes one after another. The distance of 100 meters was only a blink of an eye. Heath instantly moved in front of the abyssal queen worm, brandishing his sword and slashing. The huge body of the abyssal queen worm was destined to be unable to dodge. However, just as the sword was about to reach it, a rhombus-shaped ripple suddenly appeared in the air, and an invisible barrier actually appeared in front of the abyssal queen worm. It was clearly the defensive force field of the abyssal queen worm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The blade and the invisible barrier collided, and sparks flew as the two collided. The next moment, the long tentacles in the mouth of the abyssal queen worm stabbed towards Heath. The seemingly soft tentacles actually contained extremely powerful energy, and even the armor could be easily pierced through. Once hit by it, even Heath's physique would not be able to escape. He hurriedly dodged to the side while brandishing his sword to block the tentacles. And just as he dodged, the abyssal queen worm's mouth part once again opened wide and let out an ear-piercing screech. Squeak! The abyssal queen worm was most adept at spiritual impact. This intense sound even set off an invisible ripple in the air. Some of the glass products around the hall actually shattered completely. Under such a strong spiritual impact, if it was any other intermediate or advanced level apprentice, they would have been instantly stupefied. Even John, Marcel, and the others had been defeated by this move of the abyssal queen worm. However, since Heath dared to come, he naturally had a countermeasure. After a few months of continuous extraction, his half-life soul had already begun to take shape, reaching 2 meters square like a shield. When the abyssal queen worm's spiritual attack arrived, the shield immediately displayed its outstanding function, blocking the attack of the abyssal queen worm without missing a single bit. The failure of the ultimate move clearly caused the abyssal queen worm to panic for a moment. Heath took the opportunity to quickly raise his cross-sword and once again cut into its defensive force field. Clang! 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 The sound of metal interweaving rang continuously. Sparks mixed with the light waves from the field flickered continuously. At present, Heath did not have any good ideas to deal with the defensive force field. He could only rely on brute force attacks. The defensive force field of the abyssal queen worm could be understood as a layer of armor on its body. It was formed from the accumulated energy of the force field that it had naturally secreted over the years. The energy of this protective layer was limited. As long as its energy was exhausted, the force field would naturally be broken through. The abyssal queen worm's large body began to twist violently. Its mouth that was constantly opening and closing as well as the cells that were constantly contracting indicated its panic and fear at this moment. It hurriedly spat acid at Heath over and over again. At the same time, it continuously extended its tentacles and attacked Heath. However, the result was the same. Although its attacks were powerful, they were too simple. Heath, who knew it like the back of his hand, had already thought of countermeasures. Keeping a distance between the corrosive acid to dodge the steel whip-like tentacles, and the mimicry shield to protect him. As for the remaining spiritual attacks, they were completely ineffective against him under the protection of the half-life soul. The summoned guards were also easily defeated by Heath because there were too few of them. The battle was in a stalemate. After the heavy attacks failed, the abyssal queen worm could only desperately give orders to summon its army of insects. And this also became the key to deciding the outcome. No matter how powerful Heath was, he was still alone. Once the swarm of insects arrived in time like a tide, he would definitely drown in the sea of insects. But at the same time, if he broke through the defensive force field of the abyssal queen worm and destroyed it, then the swarm of insects that had lost their leader would also be destroyed. Outside the forest guard tower, a thunderous rumble continued. The army of demonized insects had long been ignored. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and knocked away the trees blocking their way. They rushed back desperately, and the entire forest was set off a swarm of insects. Inside the shadow tower, the two wizards stared intently at the scene on the crystal ball. The nervousness in their eyes was obvious. Inside the forest guard tower. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, and large sparks shot into the sky one after another. Heath slashed out sword after sword towards the defensive force field of the abyssal queen worm. At this moment, he had already entered a state of selflessness. He did not care about where the army of insects outside was. He did not care about whether he would resist or turn around and flee after the insects charged in. He did not even care about victory or defeat. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart. I can win. Finally, under his selfless and desperate attack, the protective field of the abyssal queen worm was already at the end of its strength. The arc of light on it became dimmer and dimmer, like a grapefruit that had its thick peel peeled off, gradually revealing the nuts underneath. But at this moment, suddenly, crack! A slight crack suddenly sounded, and the cross-shaped sword in Heath's hand was actually broken in the middle. This treasured sword that had followed him from the Forgotten Land and fought with him for many years, the Black Dragon, was actually unable to bear the burden at this time. Heath felt that it was simply unbelievable, and he could not control his emotions and cursed. Rumble! At the same time, a loud rumble was heard. One could clearly feel the ground shaking. It was as if the army of insects had rushed over. Heath's eyes were red. Should he give up? Of course not. Without a second of hesitation, Heath decisively grabbed the broken sword with his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. He used both his fist and sword to continue attacking the defensive force field. For a moment, there were continuous banging sounds. Heath's fist collided with the steel-like defensive force field, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. After a few punches, his fist was already bleeding and even slightly deformed. However, at this moment, the symbol on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. The powerful recovery spell, Regeneration, was cast at the first moment. Under the effect of the powerful regeneration cells, Heath's flesh-torn fist instantly recovered to its original state. In the Shadow Tower, Witch Cassandra, who saw this scene, opened her mouth and asked, "Where did this kid learn all this nonsense?" The battle continued. Heath punched at the defensive force field. Under the reaction force, his fist became flesh-torn, blood was dripping, and even his bones were shattered. However, he quickly recovered to his original state under the healing of the regeneration energy. However, the regenerative energy could heal Heath's injuries, but it could not take away the pain that he felt when he was injured. Every tear was a great pain. However, faced with this unbearable pain, Heath did not even frown as if he had never felt it. He only attacked the defensive force field again and again. Boom! There was a loud sound. The door behind them suddenly exploded. The vanguard of the swarm of insects finally rushed into the tower. 2 3-meter-tall giant mantises rushed in front of Heath at the first moment. They raised their scythe-like forelimbs that were shining with a bright cold light and slashed down at Heath's back. Clang! The sound of metal interweaving rang out. Silver liquid metal immediately formed a tight defense behind Heath. Heath did not even look at it, continuing to attack with his hands. At the same time, the mantises at the back were also under the control of the abyssal queen worm, ignoring their own injuries and crazily attacking Heath. Hwalala. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side, more and more insects rushed into the tower. The giant bloodthirsty mosquitoes, giant fly bees, and moto worms formed a group, and under the control of the abyssal queen worm, all of them rushed towards Heath, launching a fierce attack on him. No matter how outstanding the mimicry shield was, it was impossible for it to withstand the attack of so many demonized insects. In just a short while, the liquid metal on the shield became thinner and thinner. Seeing that the mimicry shield was about to be damaged, at this moment, crack! A subtle sound was heard. The defensive force field of the abyssal queen worm finally reached the end ahead of time, and a crack appeared on the surface of the force field. Heath hurriedly raised his hands and inserted them into the crack. Then, he grabbed both sides of the crack and used all his strength to tear it open. His face flushed red and blue veins popped out. All the muscles in his body bulged at this moment. But at this moment, boom! A loud sound was heard. The mimicry shield that had been protecting Heath all this time could no longer hold on. After a loud boom, it directly exploded. The swarm of insects that had lost all resistance swarmed towards Heath, drowning him in an instant. Shadow Tower. The two wizards held their breaths. Wizard Edith asked, "Is it over? Or did it fail?" Just as he finished speaking. Crackle! A crisp sound rang out. On the crystal ball, the mountain of insects that had been completely submerged by the swarm suddenly lit up with an electric arc, like a beam of light in the dark night. Following that, crackle! A loud explosion rang out. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding within the swarm, as countless purple thunderbolts shot out, exploding within the hall. Tens of thousands of bugs were also blasted apart by the storm. When the swarm was blasted apart, the scene of the insect army covering the scene below was revealed. Heath, who was covered in injuries, stood high above the head of the abyssal queen worm. A black broken sword was placed at the center of the abyssal queen worm's head. Countless purple lightning surged out from the broken sword, creating a lightning storm in the hall. Heath stood proudly in the lightning storm, facing the abyssal queen worm, facing victory, facing the wizards, facing his fate. He thrust the broken sword into it. Chapter 129, Victory. Time seemed to have come to an end at this moment. The air froze. The abyssal queen worm, the swarm of insects that rushed into the hall, and the two wizards from Shadow Tower seemed to have frozen at this moment. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! Only the heavy breathing of the abyssal queen worm could be heard from the top of its head as time passed by. It was as if a century had passed, but also as if only a second had passed. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body of the abyssal queen worm crashed heavily onto the floor, causing the entire floor to shake violently. The tens of thousands of tentacles that had grown out of its body withered rapidly, losing their vitality in an instant. At the same time, the tens of thousands of insects that had surged into the hall, as well as the large number of insects that were trying their best to rush over, also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They looked around blankly before dispersing one after another. In an instant, the entire hall had disappeared. Clang! The sound of a broken crossblade heavily landing on the ground. Heath sat down on his butt. At this moment, he really looked a little miserable. His body was covered with many wounds. The smaller ones were the size of fingernails, the larger ones were an inch or even a foot. The shallower ones were just broken skin, while the deeper ones were even able to cut open the flesh and even see the organs below. A large amount of blood gushed out recklessly, dyeing his robe a deep red. It was as if he had turned into a bloody man. The seal on the back of his hand had been completely lifted. A large number of regenerative cells were rapidly healing his injuries. These wounds, which were either large or small, deep or shallow, were all recovering rapidly. Soon, the injuries on Heath's body had finished recovering. The patterns on the back of his hand suddenly lit up, and the regenerative cells that had spread out were instantly withdrawn. At the same time, Heath also stood up again. He first took off his tattered cloak and clothes, then summoned a water ball to clean himself. Finally, he took out his clothes and cloak again and put them on. He still had to pay attention to his image. Looking at the clothes on the ground that were covered in blood and had turned into rags, Heath could not help but sigh. This battle was really not easy. After all, it was a powerful life form that was infinitely close to the wizard level, so it was natural to fight to this extent. Fortunately, he had killed the abyssal queen worm at the last moment. Otherwise, even if the abyssal queen worm could hold on for another half a minute, he could only break the seal and retreat. After all, the energy of the regenerative cells was not endless. And if he had just retreated, the difficulty of defeating the abyssal queenworm the next time would be many times higher. After all, the abyssal queenworm was actually a kind of low-level intelligence species. Similarly, it would be impossible for him to defeat it a second time. So, he might as well win in the end. No matter how much effort he put in, no matter how much pain he endured, as long as he won in the end, this was acceptable to Heath. Whew! Heath let out a long breath and walked forward to receive his first battle result. Abyssal queenworm, extract. Beep, extraction successful. Spiritual power plus 0.3. Beep, extraction successful. Half-life energy plus 286. Beep, extraction successful. Obtained talent, Abyss Force Field. Beep, extraction successful. Obtained talent, Spiritual Impact. Beep, extraction successful. Abyss Energy plus 1. As expected of a powerful life form that was close to the rank of a wizard. Hearing this dense system notification, Heath felt the fatigue on his body disappear by half in an instant. 0.3 Spiritual Power. This was probably the highest spiritual power he had obtained since he stepped onto the path of a wizard. What was even more terrifying was that he was still in the advanced apprentice stage. The further one progressed on the path of a wizard, the more difficult it became. With Heath's current strength, even if it was 0.1 spiritual power, if he were to train normally, it would be impossible for him to do so without a month or two of hard work. In other words, this had saved him at least half a year's worth of training time. The sharp edge of a sword comes from tempering, the fragrance of the plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. It wasn't in vain for me to go all out and go through so much trouble. The more he looked at the system notification, the more satisfied Heath was. More than 200 half-life energy, 2 talents, and what is this abyss energy? Forget it, whatever. Just leave it there for now. I'll study it later. Let's go get the wizard's water first. Heath suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked towards the depths of the tower. When he passed through a corridor, Heath seemed to have sensed something and suddenly walked towards a room next to it. This was a room used by the abyssal queenworm as an incubator. In the middle of the room was a large egg. Through the transparent shell of the egg, one could even see the initial form of the abyss larva inside. However, the abyss larva needed the mother to provide energy before it hatched. With the death of the abyssal queenworm, the egg was destined to be unable to hatch. In a corner of the room, there were a few large human-shaped cocoons. These were the food prepared by the abyssal queenworm for the newborn larva. Heath walked over and took out a dagger to cut open the cocoon. A yellowish-brown viscous liquid carried a human body and flowed out from the ruptured cocoon. It was none other than Heath's classmate, Marcel, who came from the Shadow Tower with him. Looking at the dead Marcel, Heath could not help but sigh. The trap was too clever, and in the end, he ended up harming himself. John captured Marcel and interrogated him about everything. Heath also learned the ins and outs of the matter from the previous night's soul. Of course, he also learned about Marcel and the official apprentice. Extract. This intermediate apprentice contributed 0.01 points of spiritual power to Heath, an intermediate apprentice level spell, Entanglement of Thorns, and a magic stone pocket that he carried with him. Heath wiped the spiritual power from the pocket. It contained about 3,000 magic stones and some trivial materials. Normal intermediate apprentices were like this. Other than training resources, they did not have many magic stones left, especially for an apprentice like Marcel who did not usually accept missions. Most of his training resources came from the official apprentice. Then, Heath walked over and cut open the second cocoon. After the cocoon was cut open, a figure also flowed out. It was none other than Grey Wizard John. What a pair of brothers in distress! It was the same. Extract. The advanced apprentice's contribution to Heath's spiritual power was much higher, reaching 0.03. Unfortunately, the two spells he contributed, Summon Flame and Fireball, were both learned by Heath. However, in terms of items, Heath was somewhat surprised. In John's dimensional pocket alone, he had found more than 50,000 magic stones. Other than that, there were also a few materials and a few apprentice-level wizard tools, including the horn that summoned the stone men. As an apprentice, this was definitely considered wealthy, especially since John was a grey wizard. Finally, Heath cut open the third cocoon, which was also the last cocoon in the room. Similarly, there was also a person inside. Yes, it was the last cold-faced man, Cursed. The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole follows behind. John and Marcel had been engaged in a heated battle. Naturally, Cursed did not want to be left behind. He originally wanted to quietly follow and take advantage of the situation, but who would have thought that in the end, he would be wiped out by the abyssal queen worm? It could only be said that fate played a trick on him. Extract. Beep, extraction failed. The extraordinary substance still has signs of life. Heath was stunned. He was still alive? He quickly checked and realized that Cursed was not dead yet. However, he was not far from dying. The brown liquid in the abyssal queen worm's cocoon was corrosive and poisonous. Cursed had been soaking in it for so long that he was basically on his last breath. As long as he was left unchecked, he could come over in a few minutes and loot the corpse. Of course, he could also pick up a dagger and give him a hit, ending his life in advance. Heath had been eyeing his flying spell for a long time. He might be able to extract the flying spell with this one hit. So, should he do this? It shouldn't be that bad. Heath felt that as a human being, he should do something and not do it. They were fighting to the death over there. He did not have the ability and obligation to stop them. After that, it did not matter if he took advantage of them. But killing people for a few attributes and spells without any enmity. He did not know in the future, but for now, Heath could not do it. After thinking for a while, Heath took out a bottle of healing potion he made from his dimensional pocket and fed it to Cursed. No matter what, this was a comrade who had fought alongside him. On the battlefield, he had tried his best to cover his back to buy time for him to cast spells. It was not too much to exchange this for a bottle of healing potion that was not worth much, right? After feeding Cursed the potion, Heath immediately pulled Cursed to a corner and put him down. Then, he got up and left. He was still very confident in the potion that he had concocted. He walked all the way in. This time, he did not delay any further and directly came to the end of the corridor. There was a spiral staircase down here. The magic wall lamp on the wall next to it was lit with a faint flame. There was still sticky brown liquid and the remnants of the cell coat on the ancient stone bricks. This meant that the abyssal queen worm had come out from here. Heath took a candlestick from the wall and followed the stairs all the way to the end. At the end was a small room. There were brooms, mops, wooden basins, barrels, and other miscellaneous items piled up inside. It looked like an ordinary junk room. However, there was a colorful mural painted on the right side of the junk room. The painting seemed to be the treasure house of the legendary dragon. It was like an ocean of gold coins, mountains of gold and silver jewelry, and all kinds of pearls and gemstones necklaces. It was dazzling and resplendent. Heath came to the mural and put one hand on the surface of the mural. A strange scene appeared. The moment his hand touched the mural seemed to have turned into a flowing liquid, rippling layers of ripples. This was actually a spatial node. There was a narrow spatial crack hidden in the magic bug forest. Wizard Parker had packaged it into a treasure house and used this mural as a connecting passage. Originally, there was a seal on it, and ordinary people could not enter. However, Marcel and the others had removed the seal on it, so Heath naturally would not have any obstructions at this time. He stepped forward and walked into the mural. Then, his vision blurred, and he was already inside the treasury. And at this moment, Heath could not help but be stunned on the spot. Even before coming here, he already knew that this was a treasure trove, and had made all sorts of expectations and mental preparations. However, at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him, Heath still felt a bit dizzy. Chapter 130, Wizard. Shadow Tower. Wizard Edith praised, "What an amazing apprentice!" "Amazing, amazing." Which Cassandra nodded and agreed, it's rare to see such a fighting spirit among apprentices. Although she had thought that Heath's performance in the tower was very good, she still felt that she had underestimated him. Edith was a little tempted and said, "After the chaos is over, let Raven ask him. If he is willing to come back, he can come to my laboratory as a helper." It implied that he wanted to recruit Heath as an official apprentice. Cassandra smiled and said, "Then I think you will be disappointed. In my opinion, this war will last for at least 10 years. Maybe by that time, the apprentices today will be equal to us." Wizard Edith said, "That's impossible, right? He's only a middle-level apprentice now." Which Cassandra said, "Nothing is impossible. Don't forget how long it took him to advance to a middle-level apprentice. 3 years. It may not be strange to look at it alone, but you have to know that he did it without the resources provided by us. It's easy to focus on training to improve his strength. It's not easy to earn resources and train at the same time. After a pause, she continued, now that he has the resources left behind by Parker, including the most important wizard's water, the road ahead is basically clear. A strong mind, a fighting spirit, and resources without any worries. 5 years to advance to an advanced apprentice and 5 years to become a wizard. As long as his luck isn't too bad. At this point, Cassandra's voice suddenly stopped. Edith, who was listening with great interest, couldn't help but be stunned. What? Cassandra pointed at the crystal ball. Look there. Edith turned his head in surprise, and when he saw it, he was also stunned. He frowned. Why did it have to be at this time? Cassandra sighed softly and said regretfully, it seems that this little guy's luck is not that good. Fate is really unpredictable. Magic bug forest, guarding the treasury of the forest tower. Oh my god! A surprised voice sounded in the treasury. Heath stood on the smooth and clean tile floor and looked at everything in front of him in surprise. It was a spacious hall that looked like a palace. It was about the size of a basketball court and was supported by a few large stone pillars. The spacious hall was filled with magic stones that were as tall as a small mountain, piles of various materials, and a few rows of shelves near the wall. On the shelves were magic potions, magic, wizard tools, and other random things. Meditation candles, moon gems. Screeching slates. No way, there's even a pure white flower. Heath swept his gaze across the piles of materials and felt that he was dazzled. When his gaze fell on the wizard tools on the shelves, he could not help but feel happy. There were more than 10 wizard tools on the shelves. There were magic staffs, brooms, and crystal balls. Among them, Heath even saw an official wizard tool. It was a small glass bottle with a 3-masted sailboat in it. It seemed to be an exquisite piece of art. However, the surging magic waves and the runes all over the bottle showed its true identity. A ship in a bottle. Or rather, a wizard ship. The land of the wizard world accounted for less than 30%, and most of the rest was the ocean. Wizards often needed to cross the ocean to find materials, and sailboats could be said to be one of the most important means of transportation for wizards. Ordinary sailboats did not have the ability to sail the ocean. In order to meet the demand, wizards searched for all kinds of precious materials and connected them through magic circles one by one, thus making a very high-end ship. It could sail automatically, brave the wind and waves, and travel on flat ground. With the help of magic, it could achieve all kinds of extraordinary and powerful functions. And this kind of boat was also called a wizard boat. Holding the wizard boat in his hand, Heath really did not know what to say. This could not help but remind him of the feeling of owning his first car in his previous life. No, to be more precise, it was even more exciting than that. After all, he had only bought an ordinary SUV at that time, but now he had about the same as a supercar. Coupled with the mountain of magic stones and materials. There were at least tens of millions of magic stones on this trip. Tens of millions of magic stones. Although he could be considered to have earned quite a lot of magic stones in the past 2 years, to the point that he even had official grade wizard gear worth millions of magic stones in his hands now, when he roughly estimated this figure, he still could not suppress his emotions. This was tens of millions of magic stones. An ordinary apprentice would only earn a few hundred magic stones a month, and a few thousand a year. According to this calculation, it would take at least several thousand years to accumulate 10 million magic stones. Heath was diligent and earned a little more than others. However, if he were to do missions honestly, he would only earn at most tens of thousands of magic stones a year. It would be impossible to accumulate 10 million magic stones without eating and drinking for hundreds of years. A horse doesn't grow fat without the night grass, and a man doesn't get rich without a windfall. They are absolutely right. Heath sighed. Then, his eyes fell on the top of the shelf. There was a rhombus-shaped small glass bottle. It looked ordinary, but the unique energy waves inside could make any apprentice go crazy for it. Wizard's water. The opportunity to change fate is here. Heath held the glass bottle in his hand, feeling excited. Then, he took out all the space pockets and put all the magic stones, materials, and various other resources into the space pockets. He simply picked up a lot of space pockets in the Underdark Tresia some time ago, and just took John and Marcel's space pockets. Heath had enough space pockets at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put all the things here. When I have the chance in the future, I'll change to a bigger spatial pocket. Spatial pockets could not be stacked with each other, so it was not convenient to carry this pile of pockets on one's body. After putting everything in, Heath checked in detail again, not letting go of any corner of the treasury. Only when he was sure that he had cleaned the treasury completely and could not find anything else, did Heath leave happily. Phew! Standing on the stone steps outside the tower, Heath was full of ambition. With this batch of resources and wizard's water, there was no problem for him to advance to a wizard. At present, his strength had reached the advanced stage of apprentice, and the basic runes for meditation had reached 11. He was only 2 runes away from becoming a peak apprentice. Once he reached the peak of the apprentice realm, he would only be 1 step away from becoming a wizard. By the time I've finished extracting the materials and species from the magic bug forest, it should be about time. In just a few years, he had advanced from an apprentice to a wizard. It wasn't something that could be said to be unique, but if news of it spread, it would definitely shock everyone. Heath couldn't help but think a little proudly. However, at this moment, a strange touch came from Heath's spiritual power. He was still in a state of excitement, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just subconsciously looked in the direction where the strange touch came from. He saw a figure walking over from the depths of the forest in the pouring rain. This was the magic bug forest, and in the pouring rain. The sudden appearance of such a figure was obviously very strange. In addition, the distance was too far, so much so that Heath mistakenly thought that he had seen wrongly at first glance. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the figure suddenly disappeared. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, with a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the stone steps in front of the tower. When Heath saw the face of this person clearly, he was stunned at first. In the next second, the joy that covered his entire body disappeared without a trace. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a black cloak, had a cold face with a serious expression, a haughty expression, and a powerful pressure that only belonged to wizards. This man was none other than the missing wizard of the Shadow Tower. Slater. Chapter 131, Drew his sword. Why was Slater here? It was quite a coincidence. After being hit by Carlos' third circle spell that day, Slater was chased out of the Shadow Tower. After that, he relied on the stone tablet of life to escape. Slater had always been arrogant. The reason he lost to Carlos that day was because he was caught off guard. After he regained his senses, he began to look for Carlos to settle the score. He definitely could not enter empty-handed. He had to prepare wizard tools, potions, scrolls, and so on. Besides, it was not convenient to go out without some magic stones or resources. But that day, Slater left the Shadow Tower in a hurry. He did not bring any magic stones or wizard tools. He was going to return to the Shadow Tower, but at this time, Cassandra and her people surrendered to the Allied forces. According to the rules, if he returned now, he could not leave Shadow Tower again. Therefore, naturally, he came to the Magic Bug Forest to get the magic stones and resources here. They all knew that Wizard Parker had a treasury here. Thus, this scene happened. Magic Bug Forest, Forest Guard Tower. Splash! The heavy rain kept hitting the ground, splashing a large amount of mud, and the blood that was gushing out flowed wantonly. Woo woo woo! The wild wind blew through the forest, making a low and deep sound, like the shriek of the devil. In front of the Forest Guard Tower, 2 figures stood in the rain and looked at each other silently. One was a young man, standing on the ancient and mottled stone steps, as if he had been petrified. The rain had wet his cloak, but there was no reaction. He just stared blankly at the figure under the stone steps. His eyes were filled with joy that had yet to fade away, surprise that had taken a sudden turn, and fear that was gradually covering them. At the bottom of the stone steps, it was a middle-aged man. The man was also looking at the young man on the stone steps. His eyes were clearly stunned for a moment. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like it was only for a moment. In short, after staring at each other in silence for a moment, one of the 2 broke the deadlock. It was the middle-aged man. The appearance of an apprentice here was very out of Slater's expectations. Why would this apprentice appear in the well-guarded Forest Guard Tower? He did not know, nor did he need to know. All he needed to know was that his purpose here was the treasury in the Forest Guard Tower, and now, the abyssal queen worm in the treasury had been released. The string of spatial pockets on the apprentice's waist had already proved the question. Was he the one who stole the treasury? Did he have any accomplices? Where did this apprentice come from? Slater was not interested in knowing. Anyway, if he wanted to know something, he could just use a soul-searching spell to scan it later. In short, he was a wizard, and this was an apprentice. This apprentice might have taken something from him. Knowing this was enough. So, Slater reached out and took the short-handled magic staff from his belt. What to do? What to do? What to do? Looking at Slater, who was slowly taking the magic staff, Heath was extremely terrified. An unprecedented fear swept through his body. He kept telling himself, "Run, run, I must run." However, no matter how much he screamed in his heart, he could not move a single step. It was as if there was an invisible force acting on his body, enveloping every inch of his skin and every cell, making him unable to move. Was it the wizard's hand? Petrification? Static stance? Neither. Heath knew that what was enveloping him was only his fear. Soon, Slater raised his short-handled wand, aiming it at Heath like the sharp end of an old branch. Crack! At this moment, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky. The white light that tore apart the dark clouds illuminated the world, illuminated the ancient tower, and illuminated Heath's terrified eyes. At the same time, it finally woke him up. His eyes turned red, and he shouted in his heart, "Damn it, I'm going all out." As he thought, he quickly mobilized his magic power and was about to release all the seals on his body. However, at this moment, Da! 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 Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps sounded. The sound seemed to be very far away, but it also seemed to ring in the vicinity. It merged with the heartbeat of a person, and it seemed to carry an indescribable magical power. For some reason, Slater was attracted by the sound. He subconsciously turned his head to look in that direction. When he did this, he did not pay any attention to the apprentice in front of him, even though he could already feel that the apprentice was ready to fight him to the death. But it did not matter, because he was a wizard. He looked over there. In the distance of the forest, on the muddy road, a figure walked over in the pouring rain. The figure's clothes were ragged and his body was covered in mud. Even from a distance, one could smell the sour smell on his body. What was more eye-catching was his face. Only half of his face was intact, and the other half seemed to have suffered some kind of great damage. The protruding eyeballs and exposed white bones looked particularly terrifying. The man held a cross-shaped sword in his hand, and his body shone with a faint layer of silver-white radiance. All of this indicated his identity. He was a knight, and he had already activated his life force. Coincidentally, this was also someone that Heath knew. It was the guardian knight of Her Royal Highness the Princess of Riker Kingdom, Hasland, who had crossed paths with him twice before and even fought him once. Why was he here? Because coincidentally, this was the place where Princess Trish of the Riker Dukedom was imprisoned. That was why fate was sometimes so mysterious. As Hasland walked over, he seemed to be mumbling something to himself. His voice followed the sound of the wind. Heath could vaguely hear it. "In the sight of the gods, I swear in blood that I will only be loyal to the king until the day of my death." Slater looked at the man walking over and was curious about what had attracted him. However, after thinking for a while, he could not figure it out. He was a wizard. Therefore, he was still as casual as before, waving his hand in that direction. It was as if he was casually destroying a bug. Shoo! An invisible wind blade suddenly rushed out, tearing apart the earth and cutting open the rain curtain. It was invisible and had no trace at all. Just as the man was about to be split into two, a strange scene appeared. Just as the wind blade was about to reach the door, the man's body suddenly leaned to the side. It was as if he staggered when he could not stand firmly, and the wind blade brushed past his shoulder. He continued walking and continued speaking. "His will, my longsword. If anyone dares to trespass, I will punish them with death." Slater frowned. The fact that the man was able to avoid his wind blades was obviously a surprise to him. How did he do it? Forget it, it wasn't important. Slater continued to raise his hand and waved it in that direction. Swish, swish, swish. When the wind blades rushed out again, they interweaved into a dense web. It was as if they were going to cut the man into pieces. No matter what, it was impossible for the man to avoid such a dense web. So, the man did not avoid them. He continued to walk forward, and the wind blades slashed at him one by one. They cut open the man's skin, and cut open the man's bones and flesh. For a moment, blood was dripping, and it was very terrifying. But the strange thing was that the wind blades, which were enough to tear the earth and break down the city walls, did not cut the man into pieces. The man's injuries were very serious. There was a lot of blood flowing. One could see the fresh muscle tissue, the organs that were cut open, and even the white bones underneath. However, the man did not fall down. He continued to walk over. It was as if there was a strange energy supporting him. The silver-white radiance was also desperately repairing his injuries. He continued walking and speaking. "It is the gods and devils." Slater's expression became serious. He raised both his hands and raised them up. A loud rumble could be heard as the ground shook and the mountains shook. Large amounts of soil flew up and formed huge boulders that smashed towards the man. The huge boulders smashed onto the man's body one after another. The man swayed from the impact and staggered even more. His already tattered body became riddled with holes as if he would collapse at any moment. However, the man did not collapse. He continued walking and continued to speak. "Even if the world is filled with enemies." Slater's eyes turned red. He raised his hand, and a large portion of the incantation came out of his mouth. In an instant, a thick layer of dark clouds gathered above the man's head. Rolling thunder rumbled incessantly. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, numerous purple thunderbolts gradually moved towards the center. When they combined together, they were like a monster and a furious dragon trapped in shackles. Huff! 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 After doing all this, Slater panted heavily. At the same time, the man who had been moving forward finally stopped. However, he did not leave. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Slater was unprecedentedly furious. He pointed his hand towards the sky and slashed downwards with all his might. He used all his strength to exhale the lightning dragon, vowing to crush this mortal who challenged the might of the heavens into pieces. The man looked at the lightning dragon that had charged out of the shackles. His expression was calm as he said his final words. "I will draw my sword towards it." Then, clang! The loud sound of a sword exploded. The man was facing the sky, towards the dark clouds, towards the lightning dragon, towards the wizard. Indomitably drew his sword. Chapter 132, Sacrifice. Shadow Tower. Cassandra looked at the image displayed on the crystal ball. Her eyes suddenly focused, as if she had seen something that shocked her. "This is Magic Bug Forest." Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the incomparably huge purple angry dragon struck straight at the man. In an instant, the sound shook the surroundings, and the sky and earth changed color. Heath seemed to be in a daze as he stood motionlessly on the spot. He even forgot to take the opportunity to escape. He only stared straight ahead, watching as the dragon devoured the man. Is he dead? Such a terrifying power was not something that a human could withstand. Heath could not imagine how a mere mortal could resist such a power. However, at this moment, clang! A crisp sound of a sword rang out from the belly of the lightning dragon, like the sound of a bee flapping its wings. That sound was very weak when compared to the mighty might of the lightning dragon, but it was filled with a determination to face death without fear. As the sound rang out, a golden light suddenly bloomed from the lightning dragon, dazzling to the eyes. The moment he saw the golden light, Slater's body shook. It was as if he had seen something that he could not believe. His pupils constricted. He shouted out a word in shock. Apocalypse. Grand Knights were also known as the Apocalypse Knights by the wizards. At the same time, a golden sword aura suddenly slashed out. It cut through the angry dragon, cut through the heaven and earth, and went straight for Slater. Slater's expression became extremely grave, and there was even a hint of fear. He raised his hands and slapped them in the middle. A loud rumble could be heard as one thick earth wall after another rose up from the ground, summoning 3 earth walls in an instant. Each of these earth walls was at least 1 meter thick, and they were not weaker than the walls of the noble castles in the countryside. However, at this moment, they were as fragile as paper in front of the golden sword aura. One by one, they were sliced apart and torn apart by the golden sword aura. Finally, the golden radiance magnified in front of Slater's eyes, illuminating his pale face and his terrified eyes. In the next moment, they collided with each other. Ah! Slater's body was directly shredded into pieces by the golden sword aura. Even in his soul, Heath felt a violent tremor. He let out a painful scream and exploded into a cloud of black smoke. He quickly flew away and disappeared. In the Shadow Tower, the 2 wizards were shocked to see the scene. Edith said in fear, "Apocalypse Knight? When did Slater offend these lunatics?" Cassandra shook her head. This is the consequence of not restraining power. After a pause, she quickly asked, how many of your students are currently in the tower? Edith said, Alvin and John are both there. Why? Cassandra said, after taking a hit from the apocalypse night that infused his life and faith, Slater's physical body was destroyed and his soul was severely damaged. If we don't do something, something will happen to Slater. I'll get Debbie to fetch an old mushroom soup to send to Slater. It's chaotic outside right now, and Debbie isn't very good at fighting. Arrange for 2 apprentices to escort her. Edith nodded. All right, I'll get Alvin and John to go together. Cassandra sighed. Let's get him back as soon as possible. If this goes on, there'll be bigger problems sooner or later. Magic Bug Forest, Forest Guard Tower. Plop. Heath plopped into the mud, his eyes filled with lingering fear. I'm saved. Everything had happened too suddenly, without any preparation. It was as if fate had dealt him a dimension-reducing blow, and he did not know how to defend against it. He really thought that he would die from that blow. He did not think that. If it was not for Haslin's sudden appearance, he would have been a corpse by now. Such adversity reminded Heath of the same helplessness and powerlessness he felt when he first came to this world and stood on the battlements to resist the beast tide. I'm still too weak, Heath panted violently. Caw. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly rang out in front of him. It was the place where the lightning dragon had landed. At this moment, the lightning dragon had also disappeared. After the lightning dragon, a huge black pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the spot. There was not a single blade of grass in this huge pit. The ground was scorched, and even the bigger trees could not be seen. However, there was still a human figure standing on this scorched land. It was a human figure that looked like a skeleton. His entire body was charred black and his flesh was a mess. There was not a single piece of intact skin on his body. He looked like a charred corpse. However, his eyes were moving, and his entire body was overflowing with a golden radiance. Under the cover of this golden radiance, he walked up the stairs step by step. This strange scene caused Heath to feel cold. He hurriedly made way for him to be on guard. The man did not seem to be interested in him at all. He just walked into the tower, climbed the stone steps, and passed through the corridor. Soon, he entered the tower. After a while, he heard footsteps and panicked voices. Run for your life! God, what happened here? I thought I was dead. A large group of people rushed out of the tower behind him. There were ordinary humans, knights, and even wizard apprentices. These were all prisoners held in the Forest Guard Tower. The prison of the Forest Guard Tower was located on the top floor. It was reinforced by a special magic array, so these people did not suffer any harm during the previous attack of the insect tide. At this moment, these prisoners were all released. After regaining their freedom, they hurriedly escaped without looking back. The prison of the Forest Guard Tower was not a good place. Everyone who had stayed in it did not want to stay. The crowd quickly ran into the forest and left. Heath's gaze was on the crowd that had run away. His brows twitched, and he turned back to look at the tower. It seemed that he was waiting for something. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not see the man come out. After hesitating for a while, Heath wiped the rain off his face, activated his invisibility spell, and boldly walked in. According to the marks on the ground, he came to the prison on the top floor of the tower. The door of the prison was wide open, and here, he finally saw the man who had disappeared. At this time, the man was standing in the prison on one knee, his bony hand holding the broken cross sword and stabbing it straight into the ground, facing the corner of the prison. In the corner, there was a woman curled up. It was the princess of the Duchy of Riker, Trish. The man's throat was moving, and his leaking throat was making intermittent sounds. Your Highness. I'm here. His voice was very weak, but one could still hear the happiness in it. However, Trish was terrified. She grabbed the straw on the ground and threw it at the man. She could not help but tremble. Don't come over. Don't come over. The man tried to explain. Yes. I am. Lund. Your Highness. His explanation seemed to have worked. Trish was stunned at first. The panic on her body subsided. You are Haslund. The man said, Yes. It's me. Your Highness. I am here. I am here to save you. Hearing this voice, Trish completely relaxed. She slowly stood up and raised her chin, as if she had regained her former dignity as a princess. Although she did not know where the wizards went and why the prison was suddenly left unattended, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to escape. At such a time, having a knight by her side should have been a good thing. However, Trish looked at Haslin's terrifyingly wounded body and frowned. "Can you still fight?" Haslin said apologetically, I'm afraid. I'm going to die. Your Highness." Trish raised her eyebrows and cursed in a low voice, "Useless trash. It would be great if there was a wizard by her side at this time. Things like knights were really too trashy." Haslund heard Trish's curse and looked a little sad. The golden light surrounding his body became a little dim. He said, "Your Highness. I defeated the wizard." Trish looked contemptuous and said in disbelief, "You?" After a pause, she did not give Haslund a chance to explain. She waved her hand impatiently and said, "Well, I'm leaving now." Then she ran out without turning back. Haslund said anxiously, "Your Highness, then, what can I do for you?" Trish cast a sinister glance at his bone-like and terrifying face. She said, "Go to hell." Haslund was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little gloomy. But very quickly, this gloom disappeared. What replaced it was a pride and glory that came from within. He used all his strength to raise a hand and place it across his chest, performing a standard knight's salute. He answered firmly, "Yes, Your Highness." As soon as he finished his words, the golden light on his body dimmed like a burnt candle. Clang! The broken cross-shaped sword fell to the side. Day! 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 The crisp footsteps of Trish disappeared into the distance. She did not even turn her head from the beginning to the end. Soon, the noisy corridor returned to silence. In the empty corridor, only a charred corpse was left. The hand that was placed across his chest maintained the posture of a knight. He knelt on one knee and looked at the front with a devout gaze. It was like a sculpture. If it was not for the fact that his appearance was really miserable and terrifying, he would have been very imposing. After a while, Zilla! A sound came that sounded like an electric arc. A figure quietly appeared in the corridor. Heath passed through the long corridor and came all the way to the dungeon. He looked at the man on the ground with a complicated expression. There was gratitude for surviving a disaster, pity for him that wasn't worth it, merciless ridicule for fools, and even respect for warriors. Finally, he raised his right hand and knocked heavily on his left shoulder, giving a standard knight's salute. It was to replace the faraway Trish, to repay him for saving his life, and also as a knight. Then, Heath took a step forward, squatted down on one knee, and pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. Extract! The crisp sound of an electronic notification came as promised. Unfortunately, probably because the man's body was too tattered, the voice only sounded once and was only extracted once. The voice was: "Beep, successful extraction. Obtained the heart of a knight, sacrifice." Chapter 133, Leave. What happened in front of the forest guard tower today was shocking to Heath. In the eyes of most wizards, mortals were very weak. They were like insects, weak and powerless. With a casual pat, they could easily end their short lives with just a thought. Mortals challenging wizards was like an ant raising its fists to fight an elephant. In the eyes of any wizard, it was the same childish and ridiculous. It was a typical suicide. However, just now, Heath witnessed a mortal challenging a wizard. Not only was the mortal not killed by the wizard, but he also fought tenaciously. It could even be said that he defeated the wizard. This was somewhat unbelievable. A few days later, in the Magic Bug Forest, Forest Guard Tower. The early morning sunlight penetrated through the clouds and gradually sprinkled on the earth, illuminating the grey ancient stone wall, the mottled nettles, and the old tower. Under the tower, Heath was saying his final farewell to the recovering cursed. The grey wizard successfully survived with the help of the potion of Heath. After resting for another 2 days, he finally recovered. Although there was still some time before he fully recovered, his life was no longer in danger. Heath said, "Don't you plan to stay here for a while longer? Wouldn't it be safer to wait until you have recovered before going on the road?" Cursed shook his head and said succinctly, "I still have something important to deal with." All the materials needed to be collected had already been gathered. Heath said, "If that's the case, then fine." Cursed said with a serious expression, I really have to thank you for saving my life this time. He sighed, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already taken my head, and you have given me a helping hand. Once the secret of the treasury was revealed, it would bring endless trouble. According to the style of the Grey Wizards, in order to keep the secret, they had no other choice but to silence him. It was to the extent that even now, Cursed felt like he was dreaming that he could survive. Heath said as if nothing had happened, it's fine, it's just a small matter. In fact, Cursed was thinking too much. 10 million magic stones was an unimaginable amount of wealth for an apprentice, but it was nothing for a wizard. It wasn't even worth the resources needed for a single retreat. What a wizard needed the most was a place with resources, a place that could provide resources sustainably. In this situation, the wizards weren't in a hurry to fight for territory or resources. Instead, they wanted to go against a young apprentice like him for 10 million magic stones. What was the point of buying a casket? As for the remaining apprentices, to be honest, Heath felt that it was not a bad thing for Cursed to leak the news. Haha, it was just a joke. It was better to be kind. Moreover, even if he wanted to hide it, it could not be hidden. There was a magic circle set up by the wizards in the magic bug forest. The Shadow Tower must have known what they were doing here. Perhaps there were already wizards watching everything here through the crystal ball. There was no secret to speak of. In short, it was important to guard against people. Since Heath chose to save Cursed, he naturally weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Cursed said seriously, I, Cursed Wayne, will always remember your kindness. If you go to the Golden Islands in the future, if you need any help, you can report my name to Pearl City anytime. Wear this badge. He handed over a unique badge with a pattern that looked like some kind of sea beast. Heath was stunned. You're a wizard from the Golden Islands. Cursed nodded. Yes, I was originally a core wizard of the Golden Islands, from the Sea Crown. But for some special reasons, I've been acting as a Grey Wizard recently. Now that the matter has been settled, I have to go back and report. Heath was surprised. He knew about the Sea Crown, which was one of the most powerful wizard organizations in the Golden Islands. He could not help but laugh. This carelessness even saved a thigh. Cursed was obviously not the kind of person with a sense of humor. He asked with a puzzled face, what is a thigh? Heath shook his head. Nothing. Then, he put away the badge and said, thank you for your kindness, sir. I will remember it. After a pause, Heath suddenly said, speaking of which, you reminded me that I have something to discuss with you. Cursed said, please go ahead. Heath said, I am very interested in the flying spell that you used. I wonder if you are willing to sell it. Cursed looked troubled. This. Seeing this, Heath said, if it's not convenient, then forget it. Cursed hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. Originally, according to the rules, I can't do this. But if it's you, then it's fine. Heath raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you sure? If Cursed was a Grey Wizard, then that was fine, but he was a wizard who belonged to an organization. This problem was not that simple. The spells in the organization could not be taught privately. This rule could be said to be the general rule of the entire wizard world. Any wizard organization that did not set up this rule would be sentenced to death if it was found out. This already belonged to the category of being extremely serious. It was not something that magic stones could solve. Cursed shook his head. It doesn't matter. This flying spell was not created by our organization. It was also purchased from the market. It is not unique. As for the problem of the rules, I am now Grey Wizard Cursed. He smiled and said the wise words of a Grey Wizard. Grey Wizards are not bound by any rules. Heath did not say anything more. Then, the two parties completed the transaction, and Cursed received a magic stone symbolically. After the transaction was completed, this farewell ended. Before leaving, Cursed persuaded Heath, if you are interested in our Sea Crown, I can also recommend you. You can advance to intermediate apprentice at such a young age. If you get the right training, you will definitely achieve higher achievements. The wizard world is very big. The Underdark Tresia is just an inconspicuous small forest. You should go out and take a look. Heath nodded, thank you. I will consider it. Cursed said, then, goodbye. Goodbye. Cursed went into the distance and soon disappeared into the forest. Standing on the tower, Heath looked at the forest in the distance. The dense forest rose and fell like an endless sea, stretching far into the distance. He agreed with Kirst's last words. The wizard world was very, very big. The Underdark Tresia was only a low-level resource land. There were more than 20 such resource lands in the entire West Coast, and even a wizard region like the West Coast had 13 in the entire Old Land continent. And the Old Land continent was only one of the continents in the wizard plane. And above the wizard world? Even if it was the wizard world, it might not be the entire world. Heath silently clenched his fists. Work hard and train. The world was big, but he was very small. If he wanted to see the scenery of this world, the prerequisite was that he had to become strong enough. After sending off Kirst, Heath completely devoted himself to extracting the various materials of the magic bug forest. Every day, he would hunt, extract, Like a machine, other than sleeping, eating, and regular training, he devoted the rest of his time to extracting without a day's rest. Under his selfless extraction, his strength improved rapidly. In a short span of 8 months, he finished condensing the remaining 2 runes and broke through the last shackle in one fell swoop, reaching the pinnacle of the apprentice level. The peak of the apprentice level, the final stage of the apprentice level. At this level, the apprentice could begin to attempt to break through to the wizard level. At this time, the species in the magic bug forest had also been extracted by Heath. Thus, the next day, he embarked on a new journey. Towards the wizard. Chapter 134, Red Phosphorus Flower. Once an apprentice reached the peak and completed 13 basic runes, they would be able to make a breakthrough to the wizard level. However, in order to complete the breakthrough, they still needed to meet 3 conditions. Knowledge. The power of a wizard came from knowledge. In order to advance to a wizard, the first thing one needed to do was to gather and organize their own knowledge to form a complete spell system and build a formal spell model. This was relatively easier. There were shortcuts that could be taken. They could directly apply the spell model built by others. Purification of spiritual power. The process of becoming an apprentice to a wizard was essentially a process of qualitative change of spiritual power. After the 13 basic runes were all meditated, the boundary of the wizard's elemental pool was already established. Before reaching the stigmata level, this boundary would not change. The simple and crude point could be understood as the total amount of elements that the wizard and the apprentice could hold was equal. Everyone knew that the density of objects placed in the same size space was different, so the weight of the same pot of cotton and iron was completely different. This was the same example. In order to store more energy in the limited elemental pool, the wizard had to increase the purity of his spiritual power, so that the same size of the elemental pool could store more and stronger energy. This was not easy, but there were many ways to purify it. As long as one worked hard, it could still be done. Wizard's water. The relationship between wizards and apprentices was basically the same as the relationship between mortals and apprentices. Strictly speaking, they belonged to 2 different species. Just like only apprentices could open their spiritual sea, meditate, and absorb elements to obtain extraordinary power, only wizards' physiques could bear high-purity spiritual power and high-level rune structures. And the function of wizard's water was to change the physique of the apprentices, so that the physique of the apprentices could be sublimated into a physique that could bear the power of wizards. This was the most despairing point. 99% of the peak apprentices also fell in front of this hurdle, because this thing was born with fate. Without wizard's water, no meant no. But it was worth mentioning. There was a group of people in this world who were born with the wizard physique and did not need the wizard's water at all. They were apprentices with superior talent and were also known as those with an innate elemental physique. Currently, Heath had basically fulfilled all 3 conditions. In terms of knowledge, after nearly a year of hard work, his soul and half-life soul had reached the highest level. As long as Heath was willing, he could use it to imprint his mind power at any time. The purification of spiritual power was the beginning of the blood source. When he was in the Shadow Tower, he had also collected some purifying potion formulas. The materials were also readily available. He had also collected the most difficult wizard's water. In short, because of the various efforts he had made in the early stages, Heath had already cleared all the joints leading to the wizard level. Now, all that was left was a smooth road. He only needed to spend some time to brew it. Thus, the day after he advanced to become a peak apprentice, he left the magic bug forest. When a wizard advanced, there would be abnormal elemental fluctuations. The magic bug forest was a monitoring area, and there was a monitoring spell set up by the Shadow Tower. Advancing here might be noticed by the wizards. In less than 2 years, an intermediate apprentice suddenly advanced to become a wizard. If this was exposed before he had the strength to be invincible in the world, it would be better to avoid such a sensational show. He did not want to become a dark wizard just for a moment's pleasure. Therefore, he planned to find a quiet place to complete the wizard's advancement, such as the human world. The human world's elemental content was thin, and the elemental fluctuations produced by a wizard's advancement would be reduced to the minimum. In addition, there were not many wizards in those places, so the probability of being discovered was very small. It was definitely the best place to secretly advance. A few days later, on a desolate path in front of the city of Kalaru in the kingdom of Navi. At dusk, the setting sun hung half dead on the other side of the mountain like blood. A faint red light sprinkled on the ground, releasing the last bit of light before nightfall. On the desolate dirt road, there were corpses lying on the ground. In the morning, a group of bandits and a group of slave traders had a war here. Some people had piled up corpses by the roadside and burned them. Dark grey smoke rose with the afterglow. However, more corpses could only be casually left on the side of the road. Fresh blood coagulated on the ground. It was especially glaring under the setting sun. Hiss, a dry hissing sound was heard. A few black feathers fell from the sky. A group of crows hovered next to the corpses and began to peck at the human corpses unscrupulously. The one being pecked was a girl in shabby clothes. She had a broken leg and her upper body was bare. There were 2 large holes in her chest, and her unique female body parts had been cut off. This was a female slave. In the morning battle, she was unfortunately cut off by a robber. A one-legged slave could not be sold for a good price, so after the war ended, the slave traders who cleaned up the battlefield simply killed the girl, and conveniently cut off her chest. Some people liked to buy it back as a collection. In such a world, there were all kinds of people. This was a feast for crows, a carnival for perverts, a new year for those with power, and the end of ordinary people. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! The empty bell rang from the front. On the other side of the desolate path, a figure appeared. Black hair and a black cloak, riding on a black horse. The black horse was particularly strong, but the strange thing was that there was a goat bell tied around their neck. It looked like a muscular man wearing a small floral dress, and it looked very out of place. This was naturally Heath. After coming out of the magic bug forest, he happened to bump into a black goat that ran over from God knows where. He was in need of transportation, so Heath cast a shape-shifting spell to turn the goat into a horse. At this moment, riding on the horse, Heath looked at the bleak scene by the roadside. Even though it was not the first time he had seen such a scene along the way, he still felt a little sad every time he saw it. Especially compared to before. As a traveler from an advanced civilization, he did not comment on how the world where the nobles had been dominating for generations was like. However, no matter how the nobles did not do anything, at least the basic social order could be guaranteed. Even when it was close to night, the 2 little girls could still run to the lake in the forest outside the city to make a wish without having to worry about dying. And look at the present. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and the people were starving for thousands of miles. When he read the history books in the past, they said that there were less than 10 people left after a war. Heath had thought that it was an exaggeration. After experiencing it himself, he knew that history dared to write such a thing because it had its reasons. Perhaps. This was no different from the end of the world. Heath watched silently, thinking silently. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! The little horse moved forward and soon arrived near the city gate. Bzzz. Just as he was about to enter the city, Heath suddenly heard a strange bzzz sound. At the same time, a faint elemental fluctuation was transmitted over. He subconsciously looked in that direction. He saw a strange red flower blooming at the foot of the city wall not far away. The flower itself was nothing special, but there was a faint flame burning on its surface. What was even stranger was that the flame kept burning, but the flower showed no signs of drying up. This is the red phosphorus flower. The red phosphorus flower was also known as the blood flame and the red death god by mortals. It was a kind of magic plant that could grow in low elemental environments. They needed to be fed with blood and souls, so they usually appeared in times of war. After they absorbed the blood, they would transform it into a kind of phosphorus powder that would be excreted through the stamens. The ignition point of this kind of phosphorus powder was very low. Basically, it would burn up once it came into contact with the air, and the red phosphorus flower itself was fireproof. Therefore, this scene was seen now. Heath got off his horse and walked over to pick the red phosphorus flower. Extract. Beep, extraction successful. Obtained red phosphorus flower's life sequence. Heath grinned. The omen is not bad. I just arrived at the city gate, and I already got a bargain. Moreover, it's thriving. Could it be that the omen is also thriving? As his thoughts ran wild, Heath placed the red phosphorus flower back into his spatial pocket. A single red phosphorus flower was worth 200 magic stones. Leading his horse, he walked towards the city gate. After the first prince was killed and the third prince was chased out of the palace, the kingdom of Navi had successively changed several kings. After their songs, they would go on stage, and the nobles would use different factions to promote their own representatives. As a result, this kingdom, which only had 5 towns, miraculously had 6 kings at the same time. At present, the one who had taken charge of Calorus city was Duke Dylan. Half a month ago, he was just a baron in the northern part of the kingdom of Navi. Half a month ago, he had sneaked into Calorus city with his men and launched a sneak attack on Count Thomas, who was stationed in Calorus city at that time. He successfully defeated Count Thomas and cut off his head. After that, he used the reason that the succession of the king was illegal to drive out the king that was supported by Count Thomas, and supported the son of the second prince as the king. This 3-year-old child made him a duke, so he became Duke Dylan. Currently, he was also the regent. His Royal Highness the Regent's army was a motley crew. This could be seen more or less from the soldiers he arranged to guard the gate. The guards were a group of men in their 30s or 40s. They were dressed in messy leather armor. They were either standing or sitting by the city gate, chatting about something. From time to time, one could hear things like "get 2 women to have fun" and "a group of female slaves has just arrived in the city." Only when they saw someone coming did they straighten up a little. However, they only stood up. They did not even bother to deal with the mud on their buttocks and the grass between them. A soldier put on a fierce look. "What are you doing?" Heath said, entering the city. The soldier continued to ask, "Entering the city for what?" Heath said, "Returning to my manor." Calorus city was embedded in the mountain wall. Heath's manor was on the other side of the city. It would save a lot of money if he went through Caloru. Hearing the word manor, the soldier's eyes lit up. He said with a straight face, "City gate tax, 1 silver coin." This price was obviously outrageous, but the wizards did not care about money, so Heath casually took out a silver coin. Who would have thought that Heath would be so generous? The soldier's eyes lit up even more. Before Heath handed over the silver coin, he suddenly raised the spear in his hand. "We suspect that you are a wanted robber. Open the bag for me." The other soldiers immediately surrounded him and raised their spears with murderous intent. "Open the bag. Behave yourself." Heath raised his eyebrows. This was really. He refused to take the road to heaven, but he insisted on breaking into hell. Chapter 135, Hell. Heath didn't waste any more time talking to them. He kicked the nearby soldier. With a thud, the soldier was sent flying dozens of meters away like a cannonball. Then, he crashed heavily on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A soldier's eyeballs were about to fall out. Heath looked at them with a faint smile. "Do you still want to point the spear at me?" The soldiers' expressions changed drastically. "Ah! It's a monster!" They cried out in alarm and threw down their weapons before dispersing in a hubbub. Heath could not be bothered with them. He flicked his finger lightly, and with a ding sound, the silver coin in his hand flew into the air before rolling and falling to the ground. It landed squarely in the middle of the city gate's entrance. Leading his horse, Heath walked through the entrance into the city. Outside the city, it was hell. Inside the city, it was still hell. There were basically no pedestrians on the desolate streets. Occasionally, there would be 2 people who were in a hurry and had vigilant expressions. Hungry people could be seen everywhere. Every time someone passed by, they would drag the pants of others and beg for "give me something to eat or I'm starving." The starving corpses were randomly placed on the side of the road. Many of them were already rotten and smelly. Flies were circling around the rotten corpses. The city walls were filled with corpses and human heads. Many of them had been pecked by crows until only their bones were left. Under the light of the dancing torches, they looked particularly terrifying. This smell. The pungent stench made Heath unconsciously cover his nose. He only wanted to speed up his footsteps and leave this place. However, he did not walk far before he was treated the same way as the other pedestrians. He was grabbed by the legs of his pants by the starving people. "Merciful master, please give me some food. I haven't eaten for a few days. I'm about to die. Please give me some food. Please, master, please buy me away. I'm willing to be your slave. I work very hard. I don't need to be paid. Just give me some food." Everyone had gone to war. There was no one to produce. Famine was born naturally. Hearing the beggar's words, Heath seemed to have thought of something, and his eyebrows suddenly moved. He grabbed a handful of silver coins and sprinkled them on the ground. The beggars went crazy. As they frantically snatched the silver coins on the ground, they thanked Heath profusely. "Oh! Silver coins! Silver coins! Thank you, master! Thank you, merciful master!" Although no one was doing production, the rich merchants who had made a fortune in the country were still hoarding an endless amount of food. They had been hoarding food since a long time ago when they sensed the crisis. As long as they could afford it, they could buy food. Heath asked, "Is there a slave market nearby?" This time, Heath estimated that he would be staying here for a long time. It was not convenient for him and a servant to stay in such a large manor. Moreover, he did not even know if his servant was still there. The hypnotic gaze of darkness spell had a time-limited effect. Without servants, what would he do if he wanted to clean the house, wash the clothes, and cook? He could not rely on magic for everything, right? Moreover, some trivial materials also needed to be collected, right? He could not do everything himself, right? Since there was such a condition now, it would be convenient for the manor and himself if he bought some female slaves to use, right? The beggars quickly answered, "In the small square on the West Street, my lord." Duke Dillon opened up the market. "As long as you can afford it, you can buy any slave." Heath said, "Thank you." After saying that, he threw out another handful of silver coins and headed in that direction. Only after Heath had gone far away did the soldiers who had been guarding the city gate dare to reappear. A few soldiers looked at their companion who was lying motionless on the ground like mud, and then looked in the direction Heath had left. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. One of the soldiers asked, "What? What should we do?" It made one of the soldiers panic. "Quickly! Quickly find the captain, find the captain!" A while later, in the small square of Calera City. Heath stood on this small square, which was used by the civilians for entertainment and sacrificial ceremonies during peacetime. He stared at the magnificent scene in front of him with wide eyes. It really surprised him a little. On the square, which was about the size of a football field, there were large iron cages scattered around. People in shabby clothes were locked in different cages. There were men and women, and most of them looked very young. Some people simply squatted by the roadside, with only a rope tied to their neck, one end of the rope tied to a post, or held the hands of the slave owners. There were also some who did not have slave owners and squatted by the side of the road. There was a sign in front of them that stated the price. People were like livestock and were placed on the street to be sold at will. The cheapest one was even exchanged for a few mouthfuls of food. Heath opened his mouth and said, "This historical backtrack is really..." One had to know that the wizard world was a feudal society in general. It was also a common feudal monarchy. Those who had studied history would basically understand the definition of a feudal society. From a legal point of view, the slave trade was illegal in most areas. Although there was a group of people who enjoyed actual slavery, it was mainly concentrated in the upper classes such as the nobles and the gentry. Most of them were defined as servants, serfs, and domestic helpers. Many times, the slave himself did not even realize that he was a slave. But now, slaves had become a common business. They were openly sold on the streets. The decline of society was not just a little bit. Looking around, Heath walked into the market. "Dear guest, do you want to see a slave? There's a new female slave from Helen." "Sir, buy me. I'm willing to do anything. My lord, please take me away. I'm Lord Rawl's lover. My lord, look at me. I won't let you down." Seeing a guest come to their door, the market suddenly became lively. The slave traders put on warm smiles. The slaves inside also crowded to the side of the cage and tried their best to sell themselves. Most slave traders would not keep slaves for free. After a period of time when the slaves could not be sold, most of them would kill them. Even if there were some merciful slave traders who would release the slaves, in such an era, it would still be difficult for them to survive. It was because of this that they tried their best to show themselves in the hope that they could be bought, even if they would lose their dignity and pride and live as slaves after that. Survival of the fittest. Those who could survive until now were basically those who had a strong desire to survive. They did not care about their dignity and pride. As long as they could live, it was okay to be a slave. Heath walked all the way and saw one iron cage after another. When he walked past a slightly larger iron cage, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at a corner of the iron cage. In the corner of the iron cage, there was a girl curled up. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and her appearance was very beautiful. The iron cage contained all young women, and it could be seen that they were specially used for men to vent their physiological desires. Each of them had been carefully selected. Their facial features were exquisite, and their skin was white and beautiful. However, even among such a group of beautiful women, this girl's appearance was very outstanding. Heath looked at the girl and raised his eyebrows in surprise. I really didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in such a place. Chapter 136, Girl. The slave owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was bald and had a leather whip in his hand. He wore a long robe that was wrapped around his body. The structure of his clothes was simple, and there was only a rope tied around his waist. This style of clothing was actually the style of the Sinora dynasty that had died out a few hundred years ago. However, it seemed very fitting at this time because the Sinora dynasty was a standard era of slavery. When he saw Heath coming over, the bald slave owner walked over. Do you want to see a slave? Heath nodded. I'm just looking around. The bald man opened the cage and introduced, there are high-quality Sinora female slaves here. They are all new. We have carefully selected them in advance. The ones left behind are all high-quality goods. He grabbed a girl and used his hand to pinch her chin to force her to open her mouth. Then, he lifted up her clothes to reveal her body. The bald man introduced her to Heath. Look at this. We found her in a refugee's nest. Other than those refugees, I can assure you that no one has touched her. Her teeth are neat and tidy. And here. The girl allowed the slave owner to make some strange displays on her body. She did not resist and was even very obedient. Finally, the bald man pointed to a corner of the cage. There, a grey cloth was used to cover a space of about 1 meter square. It looked like a simple fitting room in the Blue Star mobile clothing stall. Of course, the use of this place was similar. The bald man said, if you like it, you can go over and try it. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. At the same time, the girl also knelt down in front of Heath. Like a kitten begging for food from its master, she pleaded, Master, let Lucy serve you. Lucy will be very obedient. Heath was silent for a moment, feeling a little at a loss. Let me see first. Seeing that Heath did not choose the girl, the other female slaves in the cage quickly surrounded him to promote themselves. Sir, look at me. Look at me. I won't let you down. Buy me. I'm still very young. I'm easy to feed, sir. I'll be very obedient. They did not walk over on their own legs as if they were not normal people. Instead, they knelt down like cats. They did not have the shame of normal girls. They showed themselves without any restraint. They displayed their naked bodies and wrapped it around Heath's thigh, and even. In short, they displayed all kinds of seductive poses. Their eyes had completely lost the luster of humanity. They were like domesticated domestic cats that only relied on their instinctive desire to survive. Heath passed through the girls and came all the way to the corner of the cage. Here, a young girl was sitting diagonally against the cage. She was barefooted and wrapped in a tattered cloak. Her body looked dirty, but it was still difficult to hide her beautiful appearance. Her golden hair swayed gently in the night wind. She did not come over to curry favor with Heath like the other girls did. Instead, she sat there all the time. Even when Heath walked over, she would try her best to curl up and be on guard. The exposed skin was covered with whip marks, just like a wild cat that had not been tamed in a house cat group. Seeing Heath walk up to the young girl, the slave owner hurried over. He stared at the girl warily and warned, if you dare to bite my customers again, I will break your limbs and throw you into that pile of refugees. I will let them cook you and eat you after they are done with you. Pausing for a moment, he tried his best to sell to Heath. This woman still needs to be tamed. Of course, it is worth it to spend some time. You have also seen her appearance. There are not many women of such beauty. Moreover, her words and actions are very elegant. I even suspect that she is a well-educated noble. There are only 3 or 5 virgins in my cage, and she's one of them. How about it? It's worth it to buy her and raise her. Heath took a step forward and bent down. The girl was like a cat with bristles. She suddenly became nervous and bared her teeth, revealing a fierce expression. The bald man frowned and raised his whip vigilantly. At this moment, Heath revealed a smile that he thought was rather gentle. Long time no see, beautiful lady. The young girl was stunned, her gaze somewhat vacant. Heath lifted his hood, revealing his trademark black hair. He pointed at his head and said, "You were the most beautiful girl in the competition that day." This young girl was none other than the beautiful girl he had seen at the martial arts competition previously. At that time, he had even placed a garland of flowers on her head. The girl widened her eyes. Her eyes turned red instantly. She quickly lowered her head and curled up her body. She covered her face and sobbed, "No. You've got the wrong person. No. No. I don't know you. You've got the wrong person." She looked completely ashamed and embarrassed. It was probably the last bit of dignity for the nobles. Although most of the nobles were two-faced, one side was elegant and generous, while the other side was lascivious and flirtatious, it had to be said that most of the nobles were more ashamed than ordinary girls. Of course, it was rare to see people who cared about their dignity after being reduced to this state. Heath retracted his gaze and asked directly, "How much?" When the bald slave owner heard that there was a chance, the smile on his face immediately became more cordial. "Sir, you have seen the appearance of this female slave. I don't think I need to introduce her. Although she is a little mischievous, it's not interesting for slaves to be the same. She has a little personality." Heath interrupted, "I mean all of them." The bald man was stunned. "All of them? Are you referring to all the female slaves here?" Heath said, "Yes." After a pause, he said straightforwardly, "You don't need to introduce them in turn. Just quote the price directly. Don't be afraid to quote." The slave owner sized up Heath from top to bottom. He probably did not see any noble aura. He looked as if he was saying, "This fellow is not here to make fun of me, right?" He opened his 5 fingers suspiciously. 500 coins. 500 silver coins were definitely not a cheap price. There were more than 30 slaves here, and each of them was worth more than 10 silver coins. One had to know that at this time, women were not worth much. 2 mouthfuls of food could be exchanged for one. If they were even willing to spend time, they could go to the refugee gathering place and guard it. They could always find good stuff. However, to the slave owner's surprise, Heath agreed to the sky-high price without any bargaining. Sure. And then, the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. Heath casually took out a cloth bag and handed it over. At the same time, he was amiable and said shockingly, "Here are 500 gold coins. Please count it." "Gold? Gold coins?" the slave master stuttered. Heath raised his eyebrows. "What?" The slave master took the bag and opened it. It was indeed a dazzling gold coin. Under the flickering light of the fire, the golden light almost made the slave master faint. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and could not speak at all. Seeing this, Heath suddenly understood. "It seems that I misunderstood and understood the wrong unit. Forget it, it's fine if I'm wrong." Gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins were all of the same value to him. "That was worthless," he said, "Can I take them away now?" The slave master was still hesitating whether to explain to Heath that he had misunderstood. After all, those who could fork out 500 gold coins were definitely not ordinary people. But in the end, greed prevailed over reason. Although he was only a part-time worker, to be able to sell the female slaves at such a high price, the reward he could get was also extraordinary. After hearing Heath's inquiry, he hurriedly said, Of course." He didn't dare to look into Heath's eyes. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted at the girls, "Now this gentleman is your new master. You follow him and serve him wholeheartedly. Use your milk, use your legs, use all of your body. Do whatever he tells you to do you hear?" "Yes, yes. Okay. Master, master." Looking at the group of beautiful girls who called him their master and obediently gathered around him, Heath felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Wasn't it too much of a waste of talent to just let them clean, wash, and cook? When they returned to the manor, they would tidy up, build a big pool, make some maid dresses, and so on. While they were cultivating, they would play games. They would soak in a big pool, hold a handheld conference, hold an outdoor naked barbecue. Although such days were boring. But, it was all right. They could make do with it. Come on, let's go home. While his thoughts ran wild, Heath called the girls out of the cage. After they came out, the slave owner asked Heath if he wanted to put collars on them, but Heath refused. There was no need for that at all, okay? Under such circumstances, where would these girls run to? Even if they really wanted to escape, they could just let them run. As a transmigrator, if he still had to rely on collars and whips to tame the servants. Those decades of baptism by capitalism had been a failure. This damn woman. Don't worry, sir, I'll teach her a lesson right now. I guarantee that she. There was a small incident before they left the cage. The blonde girl, who was the one Heath had given her a garland of flowers, did not follow Heath out of the cage as eagerly as the other girls. Instead, she stayed in the corner and did not move at all. The slave owner was fuming as he played with the whip inside, wanting to teach her a lesson. But he was stopped by Heath. Heath looked at the girl and asked nonchalantly, "Do you want to come with us?" The girl looked at Heath. Then she looked at the group of female slaves beside her. Then she looked at the slave master. She looked hesitant. Chapter 137, Home. After the transaction, the slave master gave 2 carriages to Heath for free, and arranged 2 coachmen to send Heath back to his manor. After a while, on a country road leading to the manor. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the wheels rolling echoed in the forest. The 2 carriages drove on the dirt road one after the other. One was a freight-type carriage. The carriage was a large shed. There were basically no chairs in it. It was usually used to pull goods. The other was a regular private carriage. Behind the driver's seat of the soft leather sofa was a large black carriage. The carriage was carved with exquisite patterns, looking very noble. At this moment, in the carriage of the black carriage, Heath was sitting on the soft leather sofa. On his left and right sat a young girl. He held a young girl in his lap. On the opposite sofa sat 5 young girls. This personally explained what it meant to have warm and soft jade in one's arms. Actually, the slave master's arrangement was to have all the girls squeeze into the carriage at the back. This black carriage was prepared for him alone. However, Heath felt that it would be too crowded for the girls, so he let some of the girls sit in his carriage. Anyway, he couldn't use that much space by himself, could he? Huff, huff. In the narrow carriage, the concentration of carbon dioxide was relatively high, so there wasn't much space to move around. Most of the girls had already fallen asleep, and light breathing sounds could be heard from time to time in the carriage. Heath caressed a girl lying on top of him with nothing to do, while enjoying the scenery outside the window. At this time, the sun had completely set, and night had fallen on the human world. The weather today was not too good. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds. There were not many stars left, and most of the moon was covered, making the light very dim. The wind-proof diamond-shaped lantern hung at the front of the carriage, releasing a weak light that illuminated the road ahead. The carriage passed through one forest after another in the night. "Where are we going?" At this moment, a crisp voice broke the silence in the carriage. Heath turned his head. It was the blonde girl sitting opposite him. He did not know what the girl was thinking, but in the end, she walked out of the cage and boarded Heath's carriage. Heath replied, "Back to my manor." The girl asked doubtfully, "I remember that you should be from Helen, Knight of Riiden, Your Excellency, the pitch-black sword." It was not a memory, but a confirmation. The young black-haired knight with superb swordsmanship has won the championship of the martial arts competition. After the Elund martial arts competition ended, Heath had become a well-known figure in the area. People even gave him the title of the pitch-black sword. Handsome, young, and with superb swordsmanship, Heath had become the dream lover of thousands of young girls for a long time. During the competition, Heath had personally put on the garland of victory and won the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. Tiffany had long been captivated by Heath. Therefore, after the competition ended, she did everything she could to investigate the identity of Heath. She used all the power she could muster and even asked the follower, Knight Gallio. Although she couldn't find out his identity in detail, she still found out about his origin, Riiden. Heath smiled. "I'm from all over the world." Tiffany frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Before the tournament, no one had heard of this young man. He was just like those legendary wizards who suddenly appeared in people's sight. After the tournament, he became famous throughout the world, but he refused to be recruited by all the nobles, including her father. Then he mysteriously disappeared, just like those mysterious wizards. The only thing that could be confirmed was that he definitely had an extraordinary identity. This was because when she mentioned Heath's characteristics to Knight Gallio and asked about his identity, she clearly saw a slight change in Knight Gallio's expression. Although that lord always denied it, she was sure that he must know something. To be able to make his followers strictly keep secrets, it was enough to prove that his background must be extraordinary. Tiffany said, "You aren't a wizard, right?" Heath smiled and said, "Yes." Tiffany was silent for a moment. "I'm really crazy. How could I associate him with those cloaked monsters?" She laughed dryly. "Ha, ha, thank you for your humor." Tiffany was a little anxious since she couldn't find out Heath's identity. She wanted to find out his identity and see if she could get help from him as a noble. But now that she didn't know his identity, she didn't know if the noble's rules were applicable to him. "Forget it, let's give it a try first." After organizing her words in her heart, Tiffany said, "My name is Tiffany Lambert, and the gem count is my father." Heath said, "Oh, nice to meet you." Tiffany frowned. As one of the top nobles in the Helen Kingdom, even His Majesty the King would not have such a cold reaction. She braced herself and said, "I hope to get your help. I guarantee that the Lambert family—" Heath interrupted, "I refuse." Tiffany said, "You didn't even hear me finish. I swear that if you send me to the hands of a knight loyal to me, my family will give you a generous reward." She actually wanted to say that if he forced her to do something, he would gain nothing. He would only gain the wrath of the Lambert family. Heath shook his head. "I'm very busy. I don't have time." Tiffany did not speak any more. She would think of a way slowly. The carriage drove into the depths of the forest. Soon, they arrived at the manor. "Sir, there's a manor in front. Do you think this is it? This should have been the Orel Manor in the past. This is the place. Thank you." "All right, ladies, we're here." "Ah, are we here, Master? Wake up quickly. Master wants us to get off the carriage." After getting off the carriage, Heath casually threw 2 gold coins to the 2 coachmen and led the ladies into the manor amidst the coachmen's gratitude. "Master, is this your manor?" "Yes. It's so big." "Master, are you a noble?" "No. It's so dark. I'm a little scared." Can I hold you, Master?" "Of course." It was already late at night, and only a few rays of moonlight shone down, shining on the trees in the garden. The shadows of the trees swayed, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were devils. "Woo! Woo!" The night wind blew through the treetops, making a woo! Woo! sound. It was more like the screams of devils. There was not a single person in the manor in Norda. When paired with these ghostly shadows and ghostly cries, it looked even more eerie. Many of the girls were scared out of their wits. They could not help but hug Heath tightly, and everyone huddled together. Seeing the pale faces of the girls, Heath, who was huddled in the middle like a group of stars embracing the moon, even deliberately wanted to scare them. However, seeing how scared they were, he decided to forget about it. From the looks of it, they were probably going to sleep together tonight. Just like that, everyone squeezed in the direction of the main building. Soon, they arrived in front of the main building. However, at this moment, rustle. A soft rustling sound could be heard. Heath's brows twitched and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What? What's wrong, Master?" a girl asked. Heath said, "All of you, step back a little." The girls spread out and stepped back. Heath's gaze landed in the direction of the main building and he said coldly, "Are you still not willing to come out?" Not long after. Da-da-da. A series of messy footsteps sounded from behind the pillars on both sides of the main building's main door. A group of people swarmed out from behind. They were wearing leather armor with nails on it, and they were holding sharp cross swords in their hands. There was only one person, and his body was faintly emitting a different aura. Night. Chapter 138, Confrontation. There were a total of 6 people who rushed out. They all looked very young. The oldest was only in his early 20s. One was a knight, and the rest were all apprentice knights. As soon as they came out, they spread out on both sides and formed a zigzag battle formation. They stared at Heath with vigilance. The leader of the knights shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing in Orel Manor?" This knight was the oldest among them, but he was only in his early 20s. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and the way he held his sword reminded Heath of the traditional and righteous knights depicted in novels and biographies. Heath said, "This is my manor." What did it mean for the few of them to appear in his manor for no reason? The leader knight was stunned for a moment. Then, he frowned and turned his head to ask an apprentice knight beside him. He saw the apprentice knight looking at Heath suspiciously and vaguely heard words like "I don't know him" and "I've never seen him before." The leader knight's face instantly turned cold. "You are lying. This is Baron Orel's knight. He doesn't know you at all." Heath understood after hearing this. It seemed that the real owner had returned. He remembered that the servant who had introduced him to this manor had vaguely mentioned that this was actually a hunting manor of some noble. It seemed that this group of people should be the original owners. The leading knight said, "I'm ordering you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, he immediately activated the life energy in his body. A layer of silver light immediately surged out from the surface of his body. However, this light was clearly still very dim. It seemed that he was a knight who had just advanced not long ago. Heath frowned slightly. He looked at the sharp blades of the knights, then glanced left and right. His gaze fell on a small tree at the side. He took 2 steps to the bottom of the tree and reached out to grab it. He broke off a twig that was about 2 feet long. Then, without any nonsense, he grabbed the twig and walked forward. For a moment, he could only hear a series of ding 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 sounds and miserable screams. In a moment, the group of knights fell to the ground. The crowd was stunned. Other than Tiffany, who had seen Heath's extraordinary swordsmanship, no one, no matter if it was the girls or the knights, had thought that the young Heath would have such powerful strength. The knight lay on the ground and said in shock and anger, "You, who are you?" Heath couldn't be bothered with him and was about to bring the girls back to the house. However, the knight immediately struggled to stand up and raised his sword again. "As long as I'm still alive, you can't even think of stepping into this place." Heath was annoyed. Since it was a chaotic world now, he should speak according to the rules of the chaotic world. No one was powerful, so why should others follow the rules of the aristocracy for generations? He wanted to teach this knight a lesson, but at this moment... Da-da-da! A series of footsteps sounded, and a 7 or 8-year-old little girl appeared at the door of the room. "Sir Knight Spencer, what happened?" The knight's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted in panic, "Nina, go back into the house." The little girl looked at the knight, then at the apprentice knights lying on the ground, then at Heath, and then ran into the house. Not long after. Da-da-da! Quick, everyone, go out and help. Knight Spencer is injured. Let the women and children go back to the house. A series of noisy noises were accompanied by a series of chaotic footsteps, and a large group of people rushed out of the house. Most of them were men, but there were also a few women. What was more surprising was that there were some children and even some elderly people among them. This was the first time Heath had seen these 2 groups alive. They held brooms, mops, rolling pins, and other miscellaneous items. They bared their teeth and stood together with the knights. It was as if they had a common enemy and were advancing together. The apprentice knights blushed and stood up one after another. The knight shouted, "Go back quickly. This is not a place where you should be. The battlefield is the battlefield of the sword wielders." A man said, "Not anymore." A woman said, "We can help too." Everyone agreed. "If the enemy dares to come up, I will let him have a taste of the rolling pins. We'll do it together. We'll defend this place together." Heath frowned. "I just wanted to go home and sleep. Why did things become so complicated instead?" Through communicating with this group of people, Heath learned about these knights, their identities, origins, and why they were here. These knights originally came from different families in the kingdom of Navi, serving different nobles. However, in the chaotic battle earlier, their respective lords had all died, and their families had also been destroyed. After the chaotic era had begun, it had become common for them to kill and exterminate. The knights who had lost their lords and families had become wandering knights without owners. There were many such situations at this time. Some knights had found nobles and served them again, some knights had become bandits, some knights had decided to become kings, and some knights would do some righteous things to try to help others. These knights were the latter. They wandered around in this chaotic era, doing what they thought was right according to their character, fighting bandits, helping refugees, and so on. It was probably fate. More than a month ago, a group of refugees was attacked by bandits. A few knights from different regions happened to be nearby, so they helped the refugees. After this incident, these knights with similar aspirations simply formed a group. Once the number of people increased, it was not suitable to continue wandering around. In addition, the refugees also needed to be settled. At this time, one of the knights proposed to go to their family's hunting village, so everyone brought the refugees over. Then, the scene from before happened. After a while, in the manor, in the study room. In the study room, Heath was sitting in front of the desk, sorting out some information, preparing for the upcoming wizard sprint. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a clear knock on the door sounded. Heath said, "Come in." The door opened, and Tiffany appeared at the door of the room. At this moment, she had taken a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Although it was just an ordinary coarse hemp skirt, her complexion was still much better. She took out a piece of parchment and handed it over. "I have already arranged the rooms and functions of the girls. This is the work and area that they are responsible for. Do you need to take a look?" It was impossible for Heath to manage more than 30 girls by himself. After entering the house, he chose a person in charge from among the girls. From the looks of it, this educated girl was undoubtedly the most suitable. Therefore, after consulting her opinion, she temporarily became Heath's housekeeper. Heath shook his head. "There's no need." Tiffany continued, "The other refugees and knights have been relocated to the sub-building. They don't have any opinions. Do you have any other instructions?" After figuring out the whole story, Heath thought for a moment and proposed to give them the sub-building of the manor so that everyone could share the manor. After all, the manor was too big for him to live in. There was no need to drive them out. The world was already dark enough to make people despair and suffocate. It was rare for there to be a glimmer of humanity and light. It was not necessary to go up and help fuel the fire, but there was no need to extinguish it and make the world forever dark, right? Although he did not have the ability to create light for this world, he was still very happy to see someone doing something kind. Heath shook his head. "There's no need." Tiffany looked at Heath. The wariness in her expression had lessened, and her doubts had increased. She could not help but ask, "Are you a good person or a bad person?" Heath looked at her, not understanding. Tiffany said, "It's illegal to buy and sell slaves. How can people be sold as goods? When dealing with those slave traders, anyone with a sword should pull out their sword and turn against them. However, you are in cahoots with them, indulging their evil deeds and helping them to be arrogant. But just now, you sympathized with a group of homeless refugees." She asked in confusion, "What kind of person are you?" Heath looked at her in surprise. He was very puzzled that she would ask such a ridiculous question. However, looking at her age, it was not difficult to understand. Little girls like to use simple good and evil to define the right and wrong of the world. Their worldview was clearly black and white, right and wrong. After thinking for a while, Heath asked, "I remember that you are a noble. Do you have any servants in your house?" Tiffany nodded. "Yes." Heath asked again, "What do the servants do?" Tiffany answered, "Do the laundry, cook, clean, and help with the work in the castle." Heath continued to ask, "What about food and accommodation?" Tiffany took it for granted and even said with a little pride, "They live in the rooms of the castle. We share the leftovers with the servants. Very few servants feel hungry." Heath asked, "What do the slaves do? What do they eat?" Tiffany answered truthfully, "Washing, cooking, cleaning, helping." Before she could finish her words, her voice suddenly stopped. She was stunned and her expression froze. After thinking for a while, she explained, "We are different. We are nobles. We saved people from the slave traders of Sinora, so we..." Perhaps she realized that her explanation was too weak, so she could not continue. Before this, there were no slaves in this land, because slavery had been overthrown for hundreds of years. All slave traders were criminals who were to be executed. They were the darkness that the world hated. Tiffany had never seen a slave before this, so she would not fall into such philosophical thinking. Heath looked at her paler and paler face with pity. "Poor doll, think slowly." Then, he got up and left. It was time to become a wizard. Chapter 139, Greed. Manor, Meditation Room. Walking into the meditation room, Heath took out beast blood, magic stones, and drew a small magic array on the ground. He pressed his palms against the magic array and activated it. When the magic array was activated, densely packed tadpole-shaped runes spread out in all directions. In an instant, they covered the walls, roof, and floor. The runes connected to each other to form lines that covered the entire room. Between the lines, an invisible barrier appeared, isolating the room from the outside. This was a small barrier protection magic array. It could effectively defend against all attacks below the rank of a wizard. It could block video and audio without being disturbed. It could last for several days. Advancing to the rank of a wizard was a very crucial matter. Some necessary preparations were naturally necessary. After sealing the barrier, Heath came to the center of the room and sat down, officially beginning his advancement towards becoming a wizard. But there was a small problem here, an official level spell. He already had an official level spell here, which was a half-life soul. But when he made this choice, Heath was a little hesitant. This was because the official level spell that the apprentice chose to use to advance to become a wizard would solidify into a wizard's innate spell after completing the advancement. There was no need for spells, no need to chant, and in the future, it would be like an instinct to cast it. Using the half-life soul to solidify it was a waste of the quota for this innate spell. Then, was there any other choice? The answer was yes. After many years of accumulation, Heath's knowledge was extraordinarily rich. Other apprentices needed to borrow other people's spell templates because their knowledge was not good and their own level was not good. But he did not have that. With his current level of knowledge, it was not impossible to mix and construct a complete spell system that belonged to him. Since he had the ability to create it himself, why did he need to use other people's systems? He did as he thought. After thinking for a while, Heath quickly established the general shape of the spell he was going to construct. This was the inspiration he got from the red phosphorus flower he picked up at the city gate. At the same time, he combined it with a new spell formed from a manga he liked when he was a student on Blue Star. After confirming the specific idea, Heath then began to compile the detailed runic structure of this spell in detail. This process was not too difficult for him. After all, it was just a matter of time. With sufficient knowledge, he could easily pick up anything. It was like making a test paper, and all the contents of the test paper were the answers that he knew. Soon, he completed the design of the spell model. Looking at the densely packed runic structure, Heath felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he always knew that he was very powerful, his actual ability was still far beyond his expectations. An official level spell worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was actually completed in a minute. Now, as long as he advanced to a wizard, he could activate it. At the same time, this spell template would be automatically branded into Heath's soul and become his innate spell. Haha, if I make a spell and sell it, wouldn't I make a lot of money? Of course, he could only fantasize about this idea in his mind. Not to mention that it was so easy for him to complete this spell, it was mainly because it was a spell created with his own conditions. It was only suitable for himself and not a universal spell. Even if others bought it, they would not be able to learn it. Secondly, and most importantly, official level spells were not easily traded. The main reason why spells were expensive was to maintain a comprehensive social system that made it expensive and made everyone accept it as expensive. This was a little awkward and complicated. To give a simple example, the Blue Star computer chip was expensive mainly because it had created a system that only it could produce and maintain. If this high-end knowledge was taken out and casually traded for popularization, what would all the wizards think? In short, the way to earn money by selling spells was not feasible at the moment. The spell preparation was completed, and the blood fountain had long been fully mastered. The next step was to make a dash for the official wizard level. Heath took out the wizard's water. Looking through the transparent potion bottle, it was dark blue liquid. The flowing liquid was mixed with mottled silver light spots. It was densely packed as if it contained a vast galaxy of stars. What should I do after I advance to a wizard? Should I go back to the Ike continent? Hoping in his heart, Heath raised his head and gulped down this galaxy. In one gulp. At the same time, in the palace of Calora City. On the ice-cold hall, 2 braziers were burning. The dancing flames lit up the scene in the hall. Duke Dylan, the regent, who was dressed in chain-mail, sat on the spacious throne. A few young girls gathered around him. They rubbed his shoulders and massaged his legs. As he enjoyed the girls' massages, he looked down at the hall. In the hall, a bald man was prostrating. He was the slave trader who had sold Heath a group of slaves. There was an open cloth bag on the ground in front of him. A bag of gold coins was scattered from it. Under the flickering light of the fire, the gold coins sparkled. It was particularly eye-catching. Duke Dylan asked with interest, 500 gold coins, and he just gave it to you like that? The bald man answered in full detail, yes, your highness, from the beginning to the end, he didn't even make a single offer. The nobles on both sides of the hall began to whisper among themselves. Where did this golden deer come from? Even the draughts who grew up on the Golden Mountain wouldn't be so generous. 500 gold coins to buy 30 female slaves? Did he steal from a wizard's gold pocket? Duke Dylan's gaze fell to the side of the bald man. There were also a few people kneeling on the ground. They were the guards that Heath had beaten when he entered the city, the 2 coachmen who drove Heath to the manor, and so on. Duke Dylan asked, you said that he defeated you all with his bare hands. Yes. Yes, your highness. That was a night. We couldn't stop him at all. He was like a bear with infinite strength. We went up and tried to hug him, but he just swung his arm and sent us flying. He was too powerful. I swear, that was the most powerful night I've ever seen. In order to shirk responsibility, the soldiers exaggerated the events in front of the city gate. In their description, Heath had undoubtedly become a terrifying existence who could fly and burrow into the earth. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, a knight hurriedly stood up. The knight volunteered, Your Highness, I'll chop off that kid's head and bring it to you. This made another knight unwilling to show weakness. I don't believe that anyone can block my sword. I want to see such an expert too. Let me go. The knights knew very well what kind of people the city guards were. It was possible that the kid who broke into the city gate had some ability, but if he was really as described by the city guards, there was no knight present who could be trusted. Duke Dylan raised a hand. All right. Recently, his knights had become more and more dishonest. It was better for him to dig out such a treasure trove that could easily take out 500 gold coins. He opened the pocket of his coat and patted the cross sword hanging on his waist. My loyal knights, let's go and see who this is. On the other side, at the slave market in Calera City. Beside the jumping bonfire, several slave markets gathered together and discussed the most explosive topic of the day. I was next door and saw it with my own eyes. It was real gold. That kid didn't care at all. It was as if it wasn't 500 gold coins, but only 500 stones. I've never seen so much money. Some slave traders were still talking about this strange matter from before, but the slave traders who were quick-witted had already started to have evil thoughts. The 2 slave traders rolled their eyes and quietly left the banquet. The 2 of them met at the stables. One of the slave traders said, I know a group of wandering knights from Lalor City. As long as they can afford money and women, they would dare to do even the task of killing their way into the palace. The slave trader chuckled. What a coincidence. There are women everywhere. As for gold coins, they will have them. At the same time, in the refugee camp. Hey, did you hear? A golden goose that can lay eggs came to the city and bought 30 slaves with 500 gold coins. Oh my god! How can there be someone in this world who has so much money? At this moment, a refugee suddenly said, I heard that he's only one person. Another refugee said, you mean? The refugee gritted his teeth and showed a fierce expression. If we stay here, we will starve to death sooner or later. It's not fair for him to have so many gold coins alone. We should give them to everyone and let us buy food for the merchants. That's right, we need gold coins. We need to buy food. Similar scenes quickly spread throughout the city. The palace, the marketplace, the slave market, and the refugee camp. 500 gold coins were nothing to Heath, but to ordinary humans, it was a huge amount of wealth that even the king would be moved by. When Heath used 500 gold coins to buy the group of female slaves, it was destined that this would definitely cause a huge uproar in this rotten city. This was the development of the matter. A golden goose that can lay eggs came to the city and spent 500 gold coins to buy 30 women without even batting an eye. This explosive news instantly shocked the entire city. In an instant, the entire city was revived because of this piece of news. Everyone from the duke, knights, slave traders, refugees, and even the wandering knights in the city, as well as the bandits wandering outside the city, all began to come to life. Everyone rushed out of their nests and rushed to the manor outside the city at the fastest speed. Those who were capable would fight for the gold coins, but those who were not could only imagine that they would be lucky enough to get a bargain. For the gold coins, for the golden goose. Everyone rushed to the manor outside the city. They fought to be the first. Chapter 140, Wizard. Manor, meditation room. Time passed bit by bit. The automatic burning candle on the ground was burning continuously. One was burnt out, followed by the second, third. When the sixth candle was burning halfway. Zi. Suddenly, the flame at the top of the candle started to flicker for no reason, as if there was a flowing wind in this completely sealed room. The flame kept jumping and soon turned into a violent tremble. At the same time, a violent air current appeared in the room. It was formed by elemental particles visible to the naked eye. Like a hurricane, it spun rapidly in the room, as if it had set off an elemental storm. In the middle of the elemental storm was Heath, who was sitting upright. His cloak was fluttering in the wind. The storm grew more intense and quickly turned into a tornado. It quickly rushed into Heath's body. It was as if that place was the vent of the elemental vortex. It had a strong attraction and quickly absorbed the element into it. In a moment, the violent elemental tornado was completely absorbed. The elemental storm came to an abrupt end. It was also at this moment that Heath slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, his eyes lit up with a ray of light. It was the light that the elements shone. It was as bright as the stars, and it did not belong to any natural creature that could produce such a bright light. It only belonged to transcendence. Who? Heath let out a light sigh and slowly stood up. In a breath, a movement, even if it was just a simple stand, there were faint elemental light spots surrounding, lighting up, and dancing around him, just like fireflies circling in the forest on a summer night. It seemed to have completely fused with the elements. Such active elemental energy. Heath looked at the elements winding around and dancing around him and clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the embodiment of the materialization of the elements. It would only occur when the elemental energy was too exuberant and dense, and whenever such a phenomenon occurred, it meant that the elemental energy here was abnormally surging. This was the human world where the elements were thin, but a scene that was rarely seen even in the elemental zone had appeared. Then the origin of these elements was self-evident. Such surging energy. Heath looked at his palm. He couldn't describe what it felt like. He only felt that his entire body was filled with power. Every part of his skin, every cell, and even every spiritual sea. He gently retracted his palm and slightly clenched it. It was as if he could grasp this world. Is this a wizard? Even though he had been looking forward to it for a long time before advancing and had fantasized about the power of all kinds of wizards, the unprecedented feeling of power and the absolute feeling of destiny in his hands after truly advancing was still beyond Heath's expectations. At this moment, he really felt like a god. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! The sound of panting echoed in the room. Heath stood in the same spot with his eyes closed, feeling the newly acquired power, feeling the flowing elements, and feeling everything in the world. In an instant, he felt that he had a different understanding of elements, magic, and spiritual power, which he had never had before when he was an apprentice. This was a natural reaction that every apprentice had when they advanced to become a wizard. An apprentice was like a fish under the water. After becoming a wizard, they would jump out of the water. From there, they would be able to see and feel some deeper things in this world, and gradually understand the true laws and rules of this world. After a long time, Heath opened his eyes again. There was a hint of understanding in his eyes. So that's it. This is the trace of the flow of magic power. The order of the elements is like this. The rhythm of the elements is too magical. These understandings were something he had never had when he was an apprentice. Previously, he could not understand some obscure knowledge, but now he could understand it at a glance. At this moment, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Beep, detected that the host has successfully extracted the power of law. The system can be further upgraded. Do you want to check the details of the upgrade? Heath was stunned. Although he felt that the system's extraction had slight changes and improvements over the past few years as his strength increased, this was the first time such a clear upgrade notification had happened. He hurriedly said, check. Beep, the system will have the following functions after upgrading. 1. Deep extraction, able to carry out deeper extraction of extraordinary substances and obtain more value, including but not limited to attributes, knowledge, energy, and so on. 2. Spatial extraction, other than specific substances, normal substances can be extracted within a certain range without physical contact. Hearing the system's introduction, Heath's eyes could not help but light up. The first function needed to be used on the spot to know how effective it was, but the second function was too helpful. Whether it was efficiency, concealment, or other aspects, it had a huge increase. But at this moment, he heard the system say, "This upgrade will take more than 10 years. Host, please complete the preparations before proceeding with the upgrade." 10 years. Heath frowned. This was too long. 1 day and 2 days were enough, but 10 years of upgrade time needed careful consideration. After all, the system's functions could still meet his daily needs, and the upgrade performance was not that urgent. Forget it, let's think about it later. After thinking for a while, Heath decided to put this problem to the back of his mind. Then, he quickly shook off the excitement of advancing to a wizard and regained his usual calmness. Only those who were not proud would be proud. The path of a wizard was a long and arduous one. Wizard was only the beginning of this field. There were still rank 2 intermediate wizard, rank 3 advanced wizard, rank 4 stigmata wizard, and even the legendary eternal rank 5. In short, there was still a long way to go on the path of revolution. It was still far from the time to raise a cup and celebrate. What should I do next? He had just advanced, especially when he had advanced across levels. At the moment, the elements and magic power in Heath's body were still very impetuous, so it was not suitable for him to train for the time being. Let's improve my spells. After thinking for a while, Heath decided to update his spells first. Right now, other than the innate spell that he had when he advanced, the rest of his spells were only at the apprentice level. After advancing to a wizard, the spells he learned during his previous apprenticeship were no longer applicable. It was not that he could not use them, but using a wizard's huge amount of spiritual power to use an apprentice's spells was a little too much. After all, he had just taken a look and his spiritual power had already reached an extremely terrifying number. Spiritual power, 108. Before advancing, his spiritual power index had barely exceeded 10 points, and in the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 100 points. This showed how terrifying wizards were. With his current huge amount of spiritual power, using apprentice spells was undoubtedly a waste of talent. Spells naturally had to adapt to the development of the times to carry out innovations. After all, spells were the key factor in determining a wizard's strength. First, I'll upgrade the half-life soul body. This condition is the most adequate. Then, the Hellfire Sea. This is also easier. Lightning Strike can also be, Heath calculated silently in his heart. To be busy increasing the strength of spells right after advancing, this was something that other wizards absolutely did not dare to think about. After all, most wizards relied on other wizards' spell systems to improve their abilities. In other words, they had to first have the ability and then replenish their knowledge. Their grasp of knowledge was not reliable. Without knowledge, without their own system, naturally, they could not get their hands on it. Many wizards would only slowly replenish their knowledge and improve their own system in the middle and late stages before finally completing the improvement of their spells. But Heath was different. His own knowledge structure was abnormally abundant, and the advancement to become a wizard was also completed by his own system. It was naturally easy for him to improve the spells he mastered. Then, Heath sat down cross-legged again, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and put his mind into the improvement of spells. Soon, he entered his spiritual sea. While Heath was still upgrading his spells, a group of uninvited guests quietly arrived at the manor in the dense forest. The manor, the sub-building. At the entrance of the corridor of the sub-building, 2 apprentice knights who were responsible for keeping watch were resting on the left and right side of the entrance. Suddenly, one of the apprentice knights seemed to sense something and opened his eyes abruptly. Like a well-trained police dog, he quickly looked in the direction of the manor's gate and pushed his companion. "Hal, wake up!" The apprentice knight rubbed his eyes and asked, "What? What's wrong?" The first apprentice knight immediately said, "Listen, what's that sound? Listen carefully." The apprentice knight named Hal was stunned. He immediately pricked up his ears to listen carefully for a while and said with some uncertainty, "Is it the sound of horses' hooves? Is it the sound of horses' hooves?" Moreover, the direction seemed to be coming towards them. Hal woke up from his drowsiness and suddenly stood up. "A team is coming." The first apprentice knight said, "I'll go and take a look." After saying that, he ran toward the tower on the side of the manor. With his sharp skills, he quickly climbed up the ladder outside the tower to the top of the tower. He stood at the top of the tower and looked into the depths of the forest. When he looked, his face instantly turned pale. He saw that in the depths of the forest, there was a light of fire. It was the light of torches. However, the number of torches was incredible. There were hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of them. They were densely packed together like a burning sea of fire. The sound of hooves was like thunder, and the light of the fire was like rain. Even in the darkness of the night, it was as if one could see the rolling thick smoke. It was unstoppable. The apprentice knight panicked. He hurriedly shouted at the apprentice knight under the tower, "Hal, quickly go and wake Spencer up. Wake everyone up. Quickly. Let everyone go. Let Spencer lead everyone away. Let's go." Chapter 141, Determination. Upgrading a spell, as the name suggests, was to upgrade the spell in all directions, open the core of the spell model, replace the rune arrangement, character combination, rune formula, and so on, and replace the previous low-level runes with higher-level runes so that it could bear more powerful energy and produce greater power. This was not a difficult task, but it was not easy either. Everything depended on the level of knowledge of the wizard themselves. If they had enough knowledge and enough understanding of runes, it would be easy to do this job. One day, 1 hour, or even a few minutes, they could complete the upgrade of a spell model. But if they did not have enough knowledge, then they could not upgrade. Heath belonged to the former. Soon, the first spell, Half-Life Soul, had been upgraded by Heath. This spell could be said to be an upgrade. To be precise, it should be the last one. After all, it was a perfect wizard-level spell. It had already been cultivated and matured. It was only one step away from the final step. At this moment, in Heath's spiritual sea. On the outer side of Heath's spiritual sea, one could clearly see that there was already a thick wall. On the surface of his soul, there was already a solid armor. The little flame of the past had already grown to the bottom of a single side. With this protective measure, I should be able to be immune to most attacks aimed at the soul. Heath tried to cast a curse on himself, but every time the curse was about to land, the half-life soul would immediately block in front of him, like a loyal knight, not leaving any opportunities for danger. After reviewing the half-life soul, Heath continued with the next spell. This time, the one he put on the agenda was the Hellfire Sea. This was also a spell that came naturally. After all, it was already infinitely close to being a high-level spell, and it even used a large amount of knowledge on the level of wizards. In the past, the energy required to cast it was too strong, so Heath needed to borrow a magic array to cast it. But now, he only needed to replace some of the key runes and knowledge to improve its performance. Similarly, in about 10 minutes, this spell was completed by Heath. Heath raised his right hand, stretched out his palm, and moved it with his mind. Rumble. A muffled sound was heard. Suddenly, a ball of flame rose in his palm. The range was not big, only the size of an egg. But this ball of flame seemed to contain some kind of extremely terrifying energy. It seemed to be able to burn mountains and boil the sea, and could destroy the world. Just a glance at it would make people's legs go soft, and their hearts go cold. Heath was delighted. Finally, I can bid farewell to the troublesome magic array arrangement. He was very fond of this AoE spell, which had repeatedly made great contributions. Not only was its scope wide, but its power was also very great. However, in the past, he had to set up complicated magic arrays and expend magic stones, which was also very painful. This was great. With a wizard's abundant magic power to support it, this spell could be used freely, and even a part of its power could be improved. A Hellfire Sea that had no restrictions and could be released at any time. There was a reason why wizards were so powerful. However, even such a terrifying spell was only entry-level work in the field of wizards. There were many spells that were much more powerful than this. What's next? Heath folded his hands and started thinking excitedly. Everyone was addicted to a certain aspect. Some were addicted to doing exercises, some were addicted to playing games, and some were addicted to playing with women. But Heath was amazing. Heath was addicted to learning magic. Every time he learned a spell, he would always enter a state of madness. He could not stop at all. Give a boost to Lightning Strike too. On the other side, in the Manor's deputy building. From the moment he remembered, Spencer had heard the term knight for the first time. He remembered that he had heard it from a wandering bard who had wandered into the town. When he asked the bard what a knight was, the bard replied that he was a great hero. Subsequently, the bard sang a story about a knight defeating an evil wizard and protecting the town. He still remembered that story vividly to this day. Since then, he had made up his mind to become a knight. However, as he got older, he gradually realized that it was not the case at all. Knights actually had gold coins, women, farms, authorities, and people who lived on people. In his father's words, they were wolves, wolves who ate sheep. So, he accepted the truth. He gradually became like other apprentice knights, indulging in eating, drinking, and sleeping with women. Force was no longer his strength to protect justice, but became his capital to oppress the peasants to satisfy their desires. He originally thought that he would continue like this, and in the future, he would become like the other knights, obtaining a farm, eating, drinking, and sleeping with women, until one day he died on the belly of a certain woman or at the hands of his impatient son. But at this time, the war suddenly came. At first, Spencer did not panic. He had participated in the war many times, and everyone fought together on the plains. Anyway, as long as he was a little wretched, he would be fine as long as he did not foolishly provoke the knights. If he shouted a few vicious words, he might even be rewarded later. He would receive a title that everyone would sing about. However, what Spencer did not expect was that they were ambushed when they were heading to the sacred duel arena. Those despicable druids actually completely ignored the sacred noble's manual and launched a vicious sneak attack on them in the forest. Even during the battle, their knights did not care about their reputation at all and massacred the apprentice knights and even the farmers. The lord died on the spot and he and the other apprentice knights luckily escaped. After that, he began to experience one battle after another. Gradually, he finally realized that the current war was different from the previous ones. Sneak attacks, plots, poison, extermination. Everyone no longer followed the rules and did not abide by the sacred laws between the nobles. It was purely for the purpose of destroying the other party. They were unscrupulous and would do anything. Round after round of battles, despicable again and again. From the initial shock, anger, and fear, Spencer slowly accepted the reality and got used to it. The crossguard sword was no longer for the sake of protecting honor. It was only for the sake of killing. This kind of battle continued. Spencer was lucky enough to survive rounds after rounds of battles, but unexpectedly, there were many lords that changed. They were poisoned to death, assassinated, killed in battle, and so on. Until one battle ended, and the last heir of the lord died. Although they had won that battle, Spencer did not know what to do next on the battlefield that was filled with devastation. His former comrades wanted to recommend him as a lord, because he had unexpectedly advanced to a knight during the war. However, Spencer refused. He did not know why, but he was probably tired of fighting, tired of such battles. In the past, no matter what, he could still convince himself to raise his sword by saying that he was fulfilling an oath, guarding order and protecting the weak. But now, this kind of battle was purely for plundering, for killing. Could such a battle really be called justice? Then Spencer began to wander around. Until he saw a group of bandits kill a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old, and hang her mutilated body on a tree. Spencer only felt a wave of anger rush to his head. He chased the group of bandits and hacked them all to death. Although he was also cut twice and shot a few arrows, he felt more comfortable than ever. Since then, he began to act according to his own preferences, serving justice, saving the weak, and carrying out what he thought was justice. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded. Sandy, the apprentice knight who was in charge of arranging for the refugees to escape and take refuge in the cellar, walked out of the house. Spencer quickly asked, "How is it, has everyone been arranged?" Sandy nodded. "Wyatt has already taken away those who can walk. The rest who can't walk have been arranged into the cellar. The rest is up to us to see if we can distract them." Spencer was finally relieved. The sound of horses' hooves became more and more intense. In his field of vision, he could vaguely see the flames, and he could even recognize the rising dust. Spencer turned his head to look at the east, his eyes filled with regret. "If I had known earlier, I would have taken another look at the sun yesterday." Of course, he knew the consequences of doing the right thing in such a chaotic era. He had long thought that he would die on the battlefield sooner or later. However, this day had come too early, and he was caught off guard. At this time, one of the apprentice knights suddenly said, So many people." He tried his best to sound relaxed, but he could not hide his trembling voice. Another apprentice knight comforted him, What are you afraid of? They are just cowards, kill 2 of them and the rest will disperse." Spencer hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, "Why don't you guys go first? Leave this place to me. I don't need so many people to attract the enemy." The knights were silent for a moment. One of the knights said, "What are you talking about? You are a knight, not a god of war." Another knight echoed, "That's right. We agreed that we would advance together. You want to be a hero alone? This makes me feel offended." The great waves begin to sweep away the sand and gain gold. At this time, those who had the power but did not fight for the throne and chose to stand here to defend justice must have been mentally prepared. Rumble. The enemy was getting closer and closer, and a thunderous roar had already sounded. The apprentice knights stepped forward one after another. Other than Wyatt, who had escorted the refugees away, the rest of the apprentice knights had gathered here, a total of 4. They stood in a row on each side and then looked at Spencer behind them. Everyone held the hilts of the cross swords at their waists and smiled. "Sir Knight, your soldiers are in position." "Sandy. Cromwell. Hal. Brandy." Everyone said in unison, "At your command." It was clearly night, but Spencer felt as if he had seen light. Ever since he held his sword, he had never felt as powerful as he was now. The childhood memories that were buried deep in his heart seemed to be awakened at this moment. The protagonist in the story had walked into reality and become one with it. He walked forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He faced the army of thousands of horses and the billowing dust. He ordered in a cold and indomitable voice, "Draw your swords and get ready for battle." Clang! Clang! The uniform sound of metal interweaving rang out. The cross-shaped sword cut through the wind and shone with a different light in the darkness. It was unprecedentedly bright. Chapter 142, Monster. Manor, Meditation Room. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, Heath slowly opened his eyes. He had constructed several official-level spells in a row. Although they were only upgraded on the existing apprentice models, they were still quite tiring. Let's call it a day. The journey of magic was endless. It was impossible to learn all of them in a day. It was better to stop when the time was right. After getting up from the ground, Heath raised his left hand, and lightning flashed. This time, he had successfully completed the construction of a total of 4 official-level spells. Other than the previous Half-Life Soul and Hellfire Sea, the last one was a force field spell based on the Wizard's Hand and a new spell based on Lightning Strike. Heath named it God's Punishment. There was not much to say about the Wizard's force field. It was just an improvement on the Wizard's Hand to make it more powerful. God's Punishment was an AoE spell with an AoE effect. The effect was not much different from the lightning spells that other wizards used. It was just that it was more suited to Heath's own structure. Finally, there was his talent spell. This innate spell was a pure fire spell that he had combined the characteristics of Flame Curse and Red Phosphorus Flower. It was constructed using a large number of fire-type runes. Its effect was to summon a flame to attack the enemy. Heath named it Indestructible. I still don't know how strong the spell is. Thinking about it, it was really strange. There was actually an apprentice who had not experienced his own innate spell after completing the advancement. He was probably the only one left. As his thoughts ran wild, Heath opened his dimensional pocket and took out a metal object. It looked like a compass, the size of a palm. It seemed to be made of gold. In the middle of it was a hexagram magic array. The magic array was surrounded by a circle of gemstones. Behind each gemstone was a number, and in the middle of it was a pointer. This was a golden compass, which Heath had obtained from the treasury in the magic bug forest. Its function was similar to the talent crystal ball, and it was also a detection device, which could detect the strength of a wizard's spell. However, the detection cost was very high, and it required at least 1 middle-grade magic stone at a time. Very few apprentices could afford it. Usually, only wizards would use it when they created new spells. Heath took out a middle-grade magic stone, placed it in the groove right below the compass, and activated it. Ka! Ka! A mechanical ka-ka sound was heard, and the compass began to rotate. The magic circle covering the surface suddenly lit up, and the gemstones scattered around the magic circle shot a beam of light diagonally upwards. These beams of light gathered in the sky above the center of the compass, and finally formed a diamond-shaped light spot. Heath aimed at the light spot and cast a spell, Indestructible. Innate spells did not need to be chanted. With a thought from Heath, the surface of the light spot suddenly ignited into a ball of crimson flame. The flame did not look much different from ordinary flames, but it seemed to contain an extremely high temperature. What was even stranger was that it seemed as if it would not be extinguished. It adhered to the light spot and kept burning until the light spot was completely burned. This was the origin of the name Indestructible. This spell used the red phosphorus flower, which was the characteristic of a material like phosphorus. Once ignited, it would be as difficult to remove as gangrene attached to bones. The inspiration for the spell was borrowed from a manga that he liked when he was on the Blue Star planet. Of course, there was still a big gap to reach the height described in the manga, but innate spells would improve with the growth of wizards. It was not impossible to improve and reach that level in the future. Bzzz. Soon, the burning spell of the light spots came to an end. Then, there was a cracking sound. A few needles at the center of the golden compass turned and pointed at the surrounding numbers. Heath looked at the length of the needles and came to a final conclusion. 128 degrees. This was an answer that surprised Heath, but it was not too surprising. The surprise was because the energy that a newly advanced wizard could display was only about 60% of their own spiritual power, while Heath's was almost 120% of his own level. This was definitely very high. But it was not too surprising. After all, innate spells were most suited to a wizard's body and had a certain bonus. As long as the model was not too broken, the performance would not be too bad. Following that, Heath tested the remaining few spells. The Half-Life Soul test was about 82 degrees, the Hellfire Sea test was 68 degrees, and the Wizard's Force Field was 62 degrees. The remaining AoE God's Punishment unexpectedly reached 112 degrees, which was the highest energy intensity apart from innate spells. This was actually not difficult to understand. The energy intensity of lightning elemental particles was generally higher, and the spells constructed were more powerful than ordinary spells. However, the sustainability of lightning spells was not so impressive. The actual battle still had to be combined with the actual situation. In general, the God's Punishment was suitable for direct attacks, and the Hellfire Sea was suitable for defending the city and blocking the gates. Yawn. I wonder if the sun has risen yet. After stretching his body, Heath withdrew his spiritual power and put away the golden compass, preparing to leave. He had spent the whole night upgrading without sleep and rest, so he was a little tired. Let's go out and ask the little maids to put in hot water and take a bath to unclog my muscles and bones. Thinking of this, Heath put one hand on the door handle and pulled off the enchantment that covered the room. The moment the enchantment disappeared, suddenly, a voice was heard. It can't be opened? Why can't it be opened? We've searched all over the manor. That kid is most likely inside. A bunch of trash, get lost. There's someone outside? To prevent disturbance, the enchantment must have a soundproof effect. From the moment the enchantment was set up, Heath knew nothing about the situation outside. At this moment, he couldn't help but be puzzled when he heard a voice from outside. This voice was coarse and rude. More importantly, it was a man's voice. Who is it? Are they refugees? Thinking in doubt, Heath turned the doorknob and pulled open the door. Outside the door was a long corridor. At this time, there were 7 or 8 men standing in the corridor. They were wearing nail-studded leather armor, holding torches in their hands, holding crossbows and other weapons. A middle-aged man wearing plate armor who looked like a knight stood at the door. He had just pulled out his crossbow, as if he was going to chop the door. When Heath came out, the corridor instantly exploded. Sir, the door is open. Black hair, it's that kid. It must be that kid. The people in the corridor were stunned at first, then ecstatic. All of a sudden, as if a treasure hunter had found a treasure chest full of gold coins, they rushed towards Heath with shining eyes. The knight nearby even grabbed at Heath's neck. What was going on? Heath raised his eyebrows and gently raised his right hand. The chaos ended. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. The knights who stretched out their hands, the ordinary soldiers who pounced on him, the mosquitoes flying in the corridor, and even the flames burning on the torches all froze at this moment. The noisy corridor instantly returned to silence. Only the shocked and panicked eyes of the soldiers showed the passage of time. They tried their best to open their mouths, as if they wanted to say something. Should he listen to them? While he was at it, should he ask why these guys suddenly appeared here? Forget it, let's use the soul-searching spell later. With this thought, Heath gave up the idea of communicating with them. He raised his right hand and slightly clenched it. An invisible force field acted on everyone's body. The force field penetrated through their skin and went straight into their lungs. The organs in their chest instantly contracted and then exploded. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions sounded. The blood at the corners of the soldiers' mouths instantly lost its luster. Heath withdrew the overflowing magic power. As the magic power subsided, the quiet corridor once again became noisy, and the corpses of the soldiers fell to the ground one by one. Woo! Woo! At this moment, a trembling sound of fear rang out. It was the enemy's knight. The big bug's vitality was much stronger than the little bug's, and surprisingly, it did not die directly. At this moment, it was leaning against the wall, and its opened mouth was spewing blood and stars, as if it wanted to say something, but in the end, what came out was ah! 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 A miserable scream mixed with uncontrollable fear. Knights, soldiers! Day! 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 A wave of hurried footsteps sounded. Probably attracted by the scream just now, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. When they saw the corpses lying on the corridor, their eyes widened and they instantly raised the weapons in their hands. Heath frowned. What were these guys doing in his house? Forget it, let's kill them first. With this thought, he strode forward. On the other side, in the open space outside the manor's main building. At this time, more than a dozen wooden stakes had been erected in the open space. Duke Dylan, who was in his chainmail, walked up and down in front of the wooden stakes. There was a person hanging on each wooden stake, including the small team of knights who were like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. They had their arms and legs chopped off, and blood was flowing all over the ground. The few people who had been dehumanized were only left with their last breath. The reason why they had not been beheaded was that Duke Dylan had yet to find the black-haired boy. On the open space, there was still a large number of people gathered. These were refugees who had escaped from the manor and been captured. In the face of the absolute difference in strength, their escape was meaningless. A soldier stood in front and read Duke Dylan's decree loudly. I repeat, hand over the black-haired boy who stole His Highness gold coins immediately. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave this place alive today. I promise, I will chop off your hands, legs, and limbs. Just like those guys, I will nail you to the wilderness and let the crows peck at you. The cruel words made everyone's face turn pale. Spencer, who was hung on the wooden stake, lamented in his heart. Why couldn't justice be served? Why couldn't evil be punished? Could it be? Could it be that this world was really hopeless? At this moment, a hysterical scream suddenly sounded from the main building. Chapter 143, God's Punishment. What happened? It's Knight Gunther's voice. The soldiers in the square were all stunned and confused. Duke Dylan subconsciously looked in the direction of the main building and muttered, damn it, what the hell is Gunther doing? He was. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly. Ah! Ah! Monster! Me! Mercy! Help! 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 Witch! Witch! All kinds of panicked voices rose and fell, and screams came from inside the main building. Through the cross-shaped window of the main building, it was vaguely visible that the people inside were fleeing frantically, as if they had encountered a powerful demon. The people in the square were shocked. Duke Dylan hurriedly grabbed the collar of a soldier and said coldly, go in and see what's going on. Yes, Your Highness. The soldier quickly responded, holding the torch, and hurriedly ran into the room. However, as soon as he ran into the door, he seemed to have encountered something terrible in less than 2 seconds. He let out a terrified scream, then threw away the torch and rushed out of the door without looking back. Under the dancing flames, everyone saw the pale face of the soldier and the fear in his eyes. As soon as he rushed out of the door, he opened his mouth and shouted, W. Before he could finish his words, there was a bang. The soldier's body suddenly burst into flames out of nowhere, and he fell to the ground with a series of hysterical screams. The crowd outside the main building was stunned. Duke Dylan, his soldiers, the refugees who had come to try to take advantage of the situation, the slave traders, the refugees from the manor who had been subdued, and so on. At this moment, everyone saw this strange scene. Everyone looked at the main building's door, their expressions uncertain. What? What's going on? Setting fire out of nowhere. This power. Could it be? An answer was on the tip of his tongue. At the same time, the sound of footsteps came from inside the house. Day. 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 The sound of footsteps was getting closer and clearer. With the help of the torch that was thrown inside the door, it was vaguely visible that something was coming out. The war horses neighed angrily and writhed restlessly. The soldiers subconsciously raised the weapons in their hands. As they kept retreating, they looked at Duke Dylan in fear and unease, seeking instructions. Duke Dylan frowned. He raised his right hand and made a gesture. The two groups of soldiers quickly raised their heavy shields to the front of the formation and squatted down. The spearmen behind them raised their spears. The archers behind them drew their longbows. A standard defensive formation was quickly formed. Spears, cross swords, arrows, heavy shields. Cold light flashed, and killing intent surged. When these cold weapons that helped humans stand on the top of the food chain were revealed, the panic of the soldiers subsided slightly. At the same time, the thing behind the door also walked out of the door. A person? It's a person. Black hair, black hair. It's that kid, the kid His Highness is looking for. A young man appeared at the gate. Through his trademark black hair, the people present quickly recognized him. He was the target of their trip. The crowd instantly became lively. Is it him? He took out 500 gold coins to buy a few female slaves. Does he have countless gold coins? But it seems that he is not an ordinary person. Everyone whispered among themselves. There were greedy, suspicious, and fearful voices of all kinds. Heath raised his head and looked forward. So many people. The crowd filled the courtyard and gathered into a standard battle formation. Judging from the size of the battle force alone, there were at least 1,000 people. It was enough to conquer a city. As for the onlookers, they were even more numerous. Did they move the entire city here? Then, Heath asked slowly, are you the ones who came to take my head? On the way, he used a soul-searching spell on a soldier and easily understood the whole story. The battle formation in front opened on both sides. Duke Dylan rode forward under the protection of a few personal guards holding a kite shield. His gaze lingered on Heath for a moment, and he asked, "You're a wizard?" His voice was steady, and there was no fear. Heath replied, "Yes." The crowd was in an uproar. He's really a wizard. Is this a wizard? Legend has it that they can turn people into rats and control flames. Is this true? All kinds of discussions rose and fell, and everyone's eyes were all focused on Heath. For almost everyone present, this was the first time they had seen a living wizard. Duke Dylan, who received the answer, was not afraid. Instead, he was a little excited. So that's how it is. No wonder he doesn't care about gold coins. There were not many people who understood wizards in this world, but Duke Dylan was one of them. He knew that wizards were actually divided into two types, wizards and apprentices. He did not understand the former. However, he knew that the latter was not as invincible as the rumors said. Even his son, who was killed by him, once stole a female apprentice's hair and forced the witch to work for him. And now, it was his turn to use that supernatural power. Clang! He pulled out his cross-sword and pointed the sharp blade at Heath. He said arrogantly, "I want you to work for me." Heath was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrong. Or did this guy have some powerful trump card that he didn't know about? Grand Knight? Thinking of this, Heath subconsciously released his spiritual power to sweep out. At the same time, the gazes of the onlookers changed rapidly. The fear in their eyes faded a little and was replaced by more curiosity. Is he really a wizard? Didn't they say that they are extremely strong and can summon the wind and rain? They can't fight against an army either. The people of the world knew very little about wizards and knew that they were powerful. However, they only had a vague idea of how powerful they were. At this moment, seeing that Heath did not respond to Duke Dylan's rudeness, everyone could not help but doubt this power more and more. It was probably a powerful monster. Duke Dylan said even more brazenly, "You, work for me. Otherwise, I'll punish you." Heath became even more curious. Because he swept his gaze around, he did not find any powerful magical equipment, not even the slightest thing that had elemental fluctuations. He also did not find any existence that had the power of a Grand Knight in the crowd. Where did this mortal come from? After thinking for a while, he did not have an answer. He decided not to think too much about it. It was impossible for him to be so unlucky as to encounter a wizard in such a strange place, right? With this thought, he relaxed and uttered a short syllable. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the spell was cast, a strong wind blew in all directions and rushed towards the crowd. Duke Dylan's expression changed. He made a prompt decision. Release the arrows and shoot him to death. Whoosh! 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 The sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard one after another. The archers who had already drawn their longbows released the bowstrings in their hands. A large number of arrows rained down on Heath. Even knights would be shot into sieves by such a dense rain of arrows. Apprentices who did not have outstanding defensive spells would also find it difficult to resist. Unfortunately, the one standing here was a genuine wizard. Heath raised his right hand lightly, and the wizard's force field was released once again. In an instant, the rain of arrows was fixed in the air. Duke Dylan's pupils constricted. The entire crowd was stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fierce wind continued. Accompanied by this wind, a force slowly lifted Heath from the bottom up, leaving the ground and heading high into the sky. Duke Dylan's soul flew into the sky. He had some understanding of the group of wizards, and because of that, he knew at a glance what flying meant. It was a real wizard. He quickly turned the horse's head and shouted hysterically, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" However, it was too late. At this moment, Heath had already flown into the air. The strong wind blew from all directions, fluttering his robe like a demon. Standing proudly in the wind, he pointed to the sky. Suddenly, rolling dark clouds surged from all directions. They were as vast as the sea, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire sky. Pi! Dense purple lightning pythons swam around in the Black Sea with a terrifying momentum, as if the end of the world had arrived. Time seemed to have come to an end at this moment. Then, he waved his right hand downward and chanted a syllable at the same time. God's punishment. In the next moment, the power that only gods had came to the human world. Chapter 144, God. All the lightning pythons in the sky came out of their nests and rushed to the ground. From the high sky, it looked like an extremely thick beam of light fell from the sky and drowned the thousands of soldiers and horses on the ground in an instant. Crackle, crackle boom. A huge roar resounded in the sky. The world also shook at this moment. Duke Dylan, who had spoken arrogantly, was taken care of by Heath. A bolt of lightning struck down, directly blowing people and horses into ashes. Then there were the guards around Duke Dylan. They were also swept by the lightning and turned into charred corpses in an instant. Then there were the knights, soldiers, and even the slave traders and refugees who were waiting to take advantage of the situation. In front of the power of wizards, the cold weapons of humans seemed childish and laughable. The battle formations that ruled the world collapsed at a touch. Even knights could not withstand a single blow from this power. Everything could only be destroyed under this terrifying lightning. This terrifying lightning destroyed everything and cleansed the world. Soon, the magic passed. At this moment, there were already shocking changes in the scene. On the ground, there were large patches of scorched earth and large pits that had been hacked out. The awe-inspiring and arrogant army formation had disappeared without a trace. Broken charred corpses were scattered all over the place. The soldiers who had luckily escaped the disaster were lying on the ground in a mess. Screams, cries, and all kinds of cries echoed in this messy place, as if the end of the world had come. The people gathered around were stunned. Everyone raised their heads to look at Heath in the sky. The greed, suspicion, and curiosity in their eyes had all disappeared, leaving only one emotion: reverence. At the same time, Heath in the sky raised his right hand and flipped it over and over in front of his eyes. "This is my doing." He looked down at the ruins that looked like the end of the world and was a little startled. The power of this power had completely exceeded his expectations. Knowing how powerful a wizard was and experiencing it firsthand were two completely different things. As the magic power faded, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. At this moment, the sun rose from the other side of the mountain. A beam of light from dawn pierced through the dark clouds and shone on Heath's body. It illuminated his robe that danced with the wind and his eye-catching black hair. At this moment, bathed in this light, he really looked like a god. He is. A refugee looked at Heath in the sky and suddenly thought of something. He trembled as he knelt on the ground and shouted, black-haired wizard, it's the god of light. It's the god of light from Riiden." A stone stirred up thousands of waves and the refugees were shocked awake. God of light. It's really the god of light. The god of light has appeared. Lord God of light, save us, save your pitiful people. The people on the ground suddenly knelt down in droves. They worshipped Heath and prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting black-haired wizard and god of light and other titles. This could not help but make Heath, who was flying in the air, stunned. God of light! What was all this nonsense? A few hours later, in the manor. This war ended with Duke Dylan and his army completely wiped out. The other slave traders who attacked the manor, the refugees who were scavenging, and many other types of people died. After the war ended, a portion of the survivors left, but most of them stayed behind. They surrounded the manor like a pilgrimage, crawling, and performing all kinds of strange rituals. In the manor, in the study. Heath stood in front of the desk with an oil painting on it. Tiffany stood respectfully in front of him. Heath looked at the oil painting on the desk with a surprised expression. The oil painting had been brought to Heath by someone from outside the city after the war to answer the question that Heath had asked, "What is the god of light?" The name of the oil painting was called Light. The painting was in a magnificent hall where a banquet was being held. The well-dressed aristocrats, the delicious food, the colorful lights, everything looked noble and elegant. However, in the middle of the painting lay a woman in ragged clothes with pus all over her body. Beside the woman was a boy who was also full of poverty. It looked very out of place in the picture. In front of the two, there was a young man. He had black hair, a compassionate face, and a hand holding the light. The light covered the woman on the ground. Under the light, the woman's injuries were getting better. Heath asked, "You mean, this is me?" Tiffany was obviously very excited. Now she finally understood why this man would refuse the invitation of any noble. Even his follower, Lord Gallio, was secretive about him. It turned out that his identity was so amazing. He was the god of light that people praised. She said excitedly, "Yes. Yes, my lord. The story of you saving the mother and daughter in Riiden City has been spread all over the streets." Heath's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that his stories had been fabricated by people into various stories and spread all over the world. In the story, he was completely depicted as a noble god. In order to save people's suffering and punish evil, he descended into this world and traveled around the world as a wizard, spreading the light and spreading the gospel. People called him the god of light, the supreme god of the world. Well, ignorant mortals. Heath really didn't know what to say. But thinking about how the lake banshee could be goddesses to fulfill the wishes of the people, it didn't seem strange for a real wizard like him to be called the god of light. Putting down the oil painting, Heath left his chair and stood up. He came to the cross-shaped window and looked at the large crowd outside the manor through the cross-shaped window. At this moment, there were more people gathered here. In addition to the original ones, many citizens who had received the news also rushed over. Bringing fruits, precious food, gold, silver, jewelry, and so on, they knelt in front of the manor and worshipped him. Heath looked at these ignorant mortals with a thoughtful expression. This is good news. The appearance of these mortals reminded him that becoming a wizard was something he would have to think about sooner or later. It was something every wizard had to do. It was closely related to the path of wizards, and even now, the wizards of the Underdark Tresia were busy. He turned his head and said to the girl at the table, "Tiffany. I need you to do something for me." Chapter 145, Influence. After an apprentice became a wizard, they must do one thing, the wizard's future training resources. During the apprentice period, training resources were scarce, so they could be easily done by completing the missions given by some organizations. However, at the wizard level, it was far from enough. In the past, a bottle of meditation water could allow him to train for a month. Now, a bottle of meditation water was not enough for the consumption of a single meditation. In addition, wizards had to find an elemental spring to build a tower, burn resources to stack the tower's elemental concentration, and so on. In short, after reaching the rank of a wizard, the demand for training resources would increase exponentially. At this time, relying on missions to earn training resources was really. Even if one died of old age, they would not be able to save up enough to complete a closed-door training. Then what should they do at this time? Most wizards used two methods. Build a wizard tower to recruit a group of apprentices, build their own wizard power, and use the resources of a power to support their training. Improve their status in the wizard organization, become elders, mentors, and so on. Take a force in the organization, and share the training resources from the organization. The two methods were nothing more than territory, population, resources. What was the purpose of the current fight between the wizards of the Underdark Tresia? What was the purpose of overthrowing the Shadow Tower? Wasn't it to fight for resources in different territories? I've already advanced to a wizard, but I still don't have my own foundation. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the Underdark Tresia. In fact, it wasn't Heath's fault. After all, according to normal procedures, it was impossible for an apprentice to advance to a wizard without anyone knowing. It was even impossible for an apprentice to advance to a wizard without the organization's permission. Therefore, before an apprentice advanced to a wizard, the internal members of the wizard organization would make preparations in advance, such as cutting up resources, exchanging benefits, dividing power, helping build towers, and so on, in order to help the apprentice build a good foundation. Most of the apprentices advanced seamlessly. But Heath advanced to a wizard without anyone knowing about it, and happened to be in a special period, so of course, no one would prepare for him. And he had just robbed a wizard's treasury not long ago. There were no problems with resources at the moment, so he naturally forgot about it. It's better to make preparations early. Although Heath had the system, there were some cultivation resources on the path of wizards that could not be replaced. Sooner or later, he would have to face these problems. Now, it was only with the resources found in the treasury that it was not so urgent. However, these resources would be used up sooner or later. It was better to be prepared for the future. It would save a lot of effort to build up the foundation as soon as possible. So, where should I start? Heath was a person with strong action. After making a decision, he began to plan the whole thing. I'll take the materials on the spot. I'll use Calera City as the foundation. But I don't know if the original blood source is dead or not. If they come back, forget it, there's no need to think so much. If a third-rate wizard organization that doesn't even have an official wizard comes looking for us, I might as well just destroy them. After all, in this day and age, whoever has the most power will be the boss. No one dares to interfere. Heath realized that the more power he had, the more he admired such simple and crude methods. But after thinking about it, it made sense. With power, who would bother with all kinds of schemes? Didn't you see that they always carried a bag of washing powder when they were looking for trouble? It was no wonder that those powerful wizards looked silly. It was because they were facing a group that did not require them to use their brains. Thus, Heath immediately asked Tiffany to draft a document and began the first step of building his own power. Restoring order. 2 days later, in the morning in Calera City, the former Grand Secretary of the palace, Marius, woke up from his sleep. The glaring sunlight through the window surprised him. He had never slept that long since the city died. Every day, he would either wake up from nightmares or be woken up by the cries of crows. Right, crows. Where were those annoying Death Eaters? Marius called his servants to help him get dressed. After breakfast, he took his guards out of the door and decided to visit an old friend of his to discuss the future. The city was becoming more and more unbearable. He heard that Dylan's group had been wiped out again. He did not know who would be pushed to the throne tomorrow. War, killing, pillaging. If this continued, he would die here sooner or later. When the carriage passed by the small square, a scene in the distance caught Marius' attention. There was a large group of people surrounding the square. Everyone gathered under the notice board, whispering as if they were discussing something. Marius asked the guard outside the window, "What happened over there?" "I'll go and ask." The guard spurred his horse over and quickly returned. "Sir, it's an official document issued by the God of Light. Everyone is discussing it." Marius snorted. Since when did wizards have such a low status? They came to the human world to gain a sense of presence. He could not help but ask, "Is that so? Then tell me, what does the new master of the palace want? Women? Treasures? Or mines?" As the Grand Secretary of the palace, he knew and had come into contact with wizards. The guard hesitated for a moment and said, "None of them, my lord. The God of Light has issued a temporary law." Marius was stunned. "Law?" He asked suspiciously, "What did he say?" The guard said awkwardly, "My lord, I only wrote down the first 3 rules." Marius said, "Speak." The guard said, 1. From today onwards, all citizens who enter the city are prohibited from carrying weapons and fighting. Those who disobey will be hanged. 2. All refugees who enter the city need to receive reports and head to the west of the city to settle down. 3. Those who are hungry can go to the temple every morning, noon, and evening to collect a portion of food. That's all, my lord. After hearing the guard's description, Marius was stunned. He immediately said, "Stop the carriage." With a buzz, the carriage stopped. Marius got off the carriage. As soon as he got off, he realized that the city today was different from the past. He finally understood why he did not hear the crows' cries in the morning. The corpses. The corpses on the streets had all been transported away. Even the entire street could be seen that it had been cleaned and tidied up. Although it was still a little damaged and messy, it was much cleaner. One could even vaguely see the shadow of the war. This god of light, who was he? Thinking curiously, Marius walked towards the notice board on the other side of the square. The guards separated the crowd on both sides. Marius came to the notice board and carefully read the notice that was pasted on the wall. When he looked at it, Marius' eyes couldn't help but light up. There wasn't much content on it. There were only about 20 items in total, but Marius read 2 words from it. Order. Day. 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 At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded. 2 soldiers came to the notice board with a sheepskin scroll in their hands and nailed the sheepskin on the notice board. What is written? Quick, who can read? Quickly read it. Marius walked forward and softly read the notice. Recruitment order. The general meaning of the content was: now that the palace is preparing to restore order, we need to recruit talents from all walks of life: scholars, soldiers, craftsmen, ceremonial officials, painters, even those who can read and those who have knowledge. Anyone who has the will can go to the palace to take the test. Half a month later, in the palace of the former king's office in Calera City. Sitting at his desk, Heath was organizing the list of talents that Tiffany had reported to him. These were the talents that he had recently recruited. Because of the war, the entire city had been destroyed. The military, tax, and politics were basically in a state of paralysis. It was obvious how difficult it was for Heath to activate this situation and establish a new order. Recruiting talents and forming teams could only be done in person. Other than the framework of the ruined city, everything else was basically starting from scratch. If I rush back to snatch the blood fountain, it wouldn't be too much. Heath felt that it was much more difficult than learning magic. He had invested a lot of energy into it. But there was nothing he could do. The foundation of the human world had to be established. With enough people, enough apprentices could be produced. With enough apprentices, wizards could gather resources and grow magic materials, thus forming a continuous cycle. Basically, all wizard organizations in the wizard world operated in this way. If they didn't recruit apprentices from the human countries, would they let pure-blooded humans mine for them? Pick shrieking fruits? Raise demonized beasts? In addition, the humans also bore the responsibility of mining magic stones for wizards, planting low-grade materials, producing food, and the culture of wizards' daily pastimes and entertainment. Although the territory of wizards was in the land of elements, the foundation was in the human world. This showed the importance of the human kingdom to wizards. He had only taken advantage of it. Now everyone was busy fighting for territory in the Underdark Tresia and had no time to care about the human world. Otherwise, in peacetime, any human kingdom would have an owner. It was the personal property of wizards. The wizard world was often used to blackmail and extort magic stones. The spell control regulations was specifically set up for this purpose. Tiffany reported, "We have built refugee camps in the 4 urban areas of the north, south, east, and west, and live separately according to your instructions, sir. The slave market in the small square has also been banned, and the slaves are temporarily placed in refugee camps. If they are not disturbed, it should be no problem to resume production within 3 months." After more than half a month of hard work, Heath had basically completed the recruitment of talents and the construction of the basic framework. He had recruited an army, built a few refugee camps, and solved the problem of food from the grain merchants. The basic order was able to be maintained. In addition, Tiffany asked, "Do you think we should appoint a new king? The scholars are already impatient." After listening to Tiffany's report, Heath touched his chin. The first goal of restoring order was basically achieved. Then, it was time to move on to the second goal, which was also crucial to a team and a powerful organization. Ideology. Chapter 146, Light. As the saying goes, if the name is not right, then the words are not right. If the words are not right, then nothing can be done. The importance of ideology can be seen clearly. A powerful organization must have an ideology that matches it, and ideology in turn drives the development of the organization. To take an obvious example, the reason why a large country on Blue Star was able to catch up with hundreds of countries in just a few decades and stand out was that it even caused the largest superpower to be terrified. A large part of the reason was that it had a strong ideology. This ideology, which was absolutely just and everyone yearned for, brought greater hope and stronger faith to its citizens, allowing them to have greater patience. Even when faced with class differentiation, the gap between the rich and the poor, and other factors, they could temporarily forget about it. They could concentrate on development and construction. A simple explanation was that there was hope. No matter how hard it was worth it. On the other hand, other countries were holding back and their citizens' actions were weak largely because without hope, their classes could not be crossed. It was too far-fetched. In short, a more outstanding ideology could bring a stronger impetus for development and create more surplus value. Further extension would mean that Heath would be able to obtain more resources. Then, which ideology should he adopt? The ideology of a certain big country on Blue Star was the first to be excluded by him. The reason was firstly the issue of the times. Everything had to consider the course of history. This was still an era of semi-slavery and semi-feudalism. How could he possibly play with such a high-end ideology? At least, Heath did not have any ideas to start with. Even if he did, he could not use it. After all, this ideology could not be harvested. Even if he harvested now, he would eventually have to return it. With fairness as the ultimate goal, no matter how tortuous the process was, in the end, he would only obtain fairness. He just wanted to be a chive cutter. If he played until fairness was achieved, why would he still be a chive cutter? It was still the same saying. Heath was not a person of this world. He was not even human. He had no sense of national mission, historical responsibility, or anything like that. He had no reason, ability, and even less interest in the well-being, development, and future of this world's other worldlings. Moreover, the people here did not necessarily welcome him to meddle in other people's business. Everyone was equal. If the noble grandfather did not say anything, the old farmer would pick up the dung fork and fight with him to the death. Perhaps one day, he would suddenly realize that if he wanted to be a saint, a great man, and a messenger of fire from another world, he would have to wait until that day. Other than the root of a certain great nation, the next was the rice root, which was also the universal ideology of Blue Star. This was actually the most suitable and the one that Heath wanted to adopt the most. After all, the rice root of desire to promote development was the best way to stimulate human potential and the best way to increase the growth of leeks. As long as they harvested the leeks regularly and did not let them eat all the nutrients, causing other leeks to be unable to grow, there was usually no problem. Didn't you see that a great country created martial arts on its own? But at the same time, this was also not allowed by the course of history, so he could only give up helplessly. What was left were feudalism and slavery. There was no need to think about slavery. The mobility was weak, the productivity was backward, the leeks grew slowly until they died, and they had to bear the name of reversing the course of history. Even a sane wizard would not do this. So, in the end, only feudalism was left? Yes, but not entirely. Cuckoo. At this moment, a cuckoo sound was heard. 2 white feathers fell from the sky. A white pigeon flew out of nowhere and hovered on the windowsill. Heath raised his right hand and gently hooked it in that direction. The invisible wizard's hand instantly released and firmly wrapped around the white pigeon. It grabbed it and flew towards Heath, and soon landed in his hand. He stood up with the pigeon in his arms and walked slowly to the window. Standing in front of the cross-shaped window, he looked into the distance. There was a small square over there, and beside the small square stood a stone building made of large bricks. It was supported by tall and big stone pillars. It looked like a temple used for sacrifices. In fact, this was also the case. This was a very common sight in the human countries. A temple. Heath's gaze lingered on the temple for a moment before he released the pigeon in his hand. Pada-pada. The pigeon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The bright sunlight shone on the pure white feathers. Heath turned his head. He said to Tiffany, who was in front of the table, "You can put the matter of the new king aside for now. Help me get Spencer and the others, as well as scholars and craftsmen. In short, call all of them here. I have something to announce." A while later, in the palace hall. Hundreds of people were already standing in the splendid palace hall. These people had recently accepted the invitation of the palace and joined Heath, from the nobles, to knights, to scholars, to craftsmen, and so on. The nobles and knights stood at the front, followed by the scholars, and then the craftsmen. Everyone stood according to their social class and talked to each other according to their circle. There was a clear distinction between them, and there was a clear line between them. Day. 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 Footsteps sounded. Heath came from the corridor next to them. At this moment, he was obviously different from before. He was wearing a pure white robe and a ceremonial crown on his head. The sun shone through the high cross-shaped window on his body. Under the sunlight, his entire person exuded an indescribable holy feeling, making people feel an urge to worship him. At this moment, everyone inexplicably thought, "Divine might." The nobles in the front row puffed out their chests. Regardless of whether this god was a god or a wizard, according to the myths of this world, nobles were the children of gods and wizards. They all had the blood of gods and wizards flowing in their bodies. The commoners subconsciously prostrated themselves on the ground, reporting to the gods in front of them with the highest etiquette, hoping to gain the gods' mercy and favor through their own respect, and obtain the gods' protection. Under everyone's gaze, Heath arrived at the front of the hall. His gaze swept across the crowd below, and then fell on a craftsman. "Has the sculpture sample I asked for come out?" After entering Kalara's city, Heath decided to erect a statue of the god of light in front of the temple. The craftsman quickly walked out and said in awe, "Yes, Lord God of Light." After saying that, he bent down and held a 1-foot-long small sculpture in his hands. He walked forward and handed it to a noble in front of him. The noble used the same method to carry the sculpture toward Heath. Heath took it over and took a look. This was a sculpture of a human figure. The sculpture was of him. His expression was vivid, and his movements were exquisite. It was as if he was alive. Other than the expression of compassion and benevolence that did not fit his style, everything else was the same. Heath nodded and said, "The statue is very good. I am very satisfied, but there is a small problem." As he said that, he extended his thumb and gently wiped the statue's face, directly erasing the entire face of the statue. He then handed the statue back and said, "The statue will be built in this way. From now on, the murals, oil paintings, and all the images of the god of light will be the same." Everyone in the hall was confused. A noble asked, "Sir, why don't you tell the world about your image?" Heath shook his head. "This is the god of light, not me." Everyone looked even more confused. Then, Heath opened his mouth to explain. At the same time, he officially began to erect his ideology. He said, "The purpose of calling everyone here today is precisely for this. Before this, everyone has always thought that I am the god of light. But what I need to tell you today is that your understanding is wrong. I am not the god of light himself. I am just a missionary of God. Everything, saving children, punishing sins, and even restoring order, these are all done by the god of light through my hands." Under everyone's shocked gazes, Heath finally said, "In addition, my god is not called the god of light. Please remember his true name." Bathed in the sunlight, Heath softly uttered a noun. "Light. His name is Light." Wizard World, New Calendar, Year 1272, Summer. The god of light was openly active in the wizard world for the first time, and he used the mouth of the missionary Heath to announce his name to the world. In the autumn of the same year, the Church of Light was officially established. Chapter 147, Theocracy. Yes, the ideology that was ultimately chosen by Heath was the feudal system that combined theocracy and monarchical power. First of all, of course, it was because it was easy. Most of the ordinary people of this era believed that there were gods in this world, and even in their eyes, wizards were a kind of god. Even some wizards themselves also believed in strange gods, such as Red Devil's blood and blood source. In short, the god system had a broad base of people in this world. It did not take much effort to promote and make people believe in it. After confirming the specific ideas, Heath began to draw up a framework for his first sermon. "I came with the will of God. My purpose is to spread the gospel to the world, spread the good news, and relieve the suffering of people. Those who believe in the pious will enter the kingdom of God after death. There, sweet fruit wine will flow in the river, and sweet bread will grow on the trees. There will be no need to worry about food or clothing. They will live forever and be happy forever. Those who do not believe in the pious will fall into hell after death and be tortured for eternity." Do not think that Heath was simply making things up. There was indeed heaven and hell in this world. They were just like the abyss, and they really existed. And the heaven and hell theory had many similar legends in the secular world. Heath just combined them and added in some of the things he needed to finally put them together into a complete system. Even if you want to bluff, you have to combine it with reality, don't you? If you made up some ridiculous story about God being called Brother X and being able to stand on a man's arm and walk on a horse, who would believe that? This is the situation. Then, do any of you have any questions? Soon, Heath finished his first sermon. There was no need to complicate the core teachings. The important thing was to let people understand and believe it. Hearing Heath's question, the crowd burst into an uproar. I see. I see. Sir came from heaven. He exists to spread the gospel of the Lord. I will go and repay the Lord. No wonder people have to be buried in the ground after they die. Why? Why didn't anyone tell me this before? I wasted so many years. Oh God, can I still enter the kingdom of heaven? Before this, the people of this world were actually very confused. They didn't know where they came from, where they would go, what the meaning of life was, and so on. Very few people would think about it. And just now, Heath told them that he came from the sky. In order to spread the gospel of the Lord and bring love to this world, they would return to the embrace of the Lord after they died. And so on and so forth. What kind of concept was this? It was not an exaggeration to say that for ordinary people, it was really the same as teaching them to put on clothes, teach them to eat cooked food, and teach them to be different from wild beasts. It was simply an existence that raised their life dimension. At this moment, a doubtful voice sounded. Your Excellency, I have a question to ask you. It was a noble from below. Nobles were not like ordinary civilians. After all, they were educated and knowledgeable. It was not easy to fool them. Most importantly, what Heath said just now clearly made them feel threatened. Heath said, ask. The noble asked, you just said that God will not have a king. What? What does this mean? You said that God is not a wizard. What does this mean? The legitimacy of power in this world was like this. The power of the nobleman came from the king, and the power of the king came from the wizards. The wizards had great power and defeated the ancient gods, so it was reasonable to rule the world. The wizards were the god of the ordinary people, and different wizards were different gods. But Heath just told them that the wizards were wizards and God was God. Only God could grant power, but the wizard could not. He was even vague on the king's side, and he was not going to establish a new king. Force could not solve all problems, and the farmers had to work hard and give birth to children. These depended more on a legal, perfect ideology that the people believed and accepted. If Heath's idea was true, then the legitimacy of their power would be questioned. Heath glanced at the noble. He must have considered this question. According to the other wizards' plans, they would definitely combine the gods and wizards into one, allowing them to be both a wizard and a god, thus obtaining the legitimacy to rule. However, the premise was that those were all normal power exchanges, and they would be recognized by all the wizard organizations in the entire Underdark Treesia. Heath did not even have anyone's permission to establish his territory. In the future, he might have to fight with other wizard organizations. Moreover, now was a good time for everyone to fight for territory. Was he not tempted at all? In short, for the sake of the future war, he had to first establish a set of ideas. A set of ideas that would make his organization more powerful than other wizard organizations. Heath nodded and gave a definite answer. Yes, wizards are wizards, and gods are gods. In front of a true god, wizards are not worth mentioning. As long as his god did not exist and was higher in dimensions than wizards, he could not fail. Even if he lost in the process of fighting for territory with wizards, people would still believe that light would come back. As for whether denying the legitimacy of the rule of the wizards would be an enemy of the entire wizard class, thus attracting the hostility of the entire wizard class to deal with him. This did not matter. Wizards were all pragmatists. As long as they were given enough benefits, they did not care about what ideology they used. Many wizard organizations themselves claimed that divine power was supreme. If they were given enough benefits, they could even spread the word that ants ruled the world. It would not be like what the nobles thought, that if he denied the legitimacy of the rule of wizards, he would be betraying the entire wizard class. Heath only wanted to fight for territory and resources with some of the wizards. He was not arrogant enough to overturn the entire wizard world, overturn the rule of wizards, and become enemies with all the wizards. After a pause, he continued to explain, as for the king's problem, you have misunderstood. Of course God will establish a king. But God's choice of a king needs to be carefully selected. After all, everyone has seen that there have been too many kings during this period of time. What have they brought to the people? War, slaughter, and disaster. Heath asked, "Do you want such a king?" The people's expressions were complicated. There were anger, sadness, sorrow, and sighs. Most of the people were very disgusted by the actions of the kings during this period of time. But at the same time, the people were also whispering, "But we can't live without a king." Yes. How can we live without a king? This was a feudal society, and the idea of a king was deeply rooted. In the eyes of ordinary people, this world needed a king, and only with a king would it be able to maintain stability, not be bullied by enemy countries, and live a good life. Heath said, "God will choose a king, but this king may not necessarily be a member of the kingdom of Navi. He may be a Helen, a Jed, or even a villain." The goal was to take a long-term view. The kingdom of Navi was too small. Including the capital, there were only 5 cities and towns in total. The total population was only a little over 100,000, and this was before the war. If a king was appointed now, it would obviously be disadvantageous to expand territory and conquer other lands in the future. After all, what right did a small country like yours have to have other countries submit to you? After a pause, Heath said to the nobles, "And he will be the only king in this world. He will create unprecedented prosperity and glory for the world." His words were very straightforward. The simple explanation was, "If you follow me and accept this system, there will be benefits for you in the future. Your power will only increase, not decrease." Most of the nobles frowned slightly and did not immediately express their opinions. Although it sounded good, it was still brand new and had never been done before. Who knew if this would work or not? Heath did not say much. In any case, the power of his thought and system had been tested in Blue Star. Heath knew better than anyone how powerful it was. They would naturally make a choice after the snowball rolled. Then, Heath answered some random questions, and his first sermon ended. The seeds of light had been planted, and the framework of power had basically been set up. The next step was to wait for it to take root naturally and germinate, allowing it to develop slowly on its own. As for what this organization would be like? What would the organization's structure be like? What would the top brass wear? What etiquette would they use? What titles would they use? How would they spread the word? These people would create according to their own wishes and their own expectations. At most, they would control the key direction. There was no need for him to do everything himself. Meddling in everything would only backfire. So after the sermon ended the next day, Heath went back to what he really should do, the path of magic. Chapter 148, Time. After more than half a month of settling down, the magic power of advancing to a wizard had also recovered from its impetuous state. Although it was not suitable for cultivation for the time being, some other magic activities could be carried out. Thus, Heath did not waste any time in carrying out the corresponding magic activities. During this period of time, he had accumulated a lot of content regarding spells and experiments that needed to be cleaned up. Including the many spells that he had previously extracted, the Knight's Heart, and even all kinds of knowledge-reading books, he needed to spend some time to absorb them. And the first thing that Heath listed as the most important and lifelong pursuit for all wizards was time. After an apprentice advanced to a wizard, their body had a fundamental change. The cell structure and life core had new changes. They broke the old shackles and limits, and their vitality had improved. However, there was the same problem as an apprentice. The increase in vitality brought by purely changing the cells through spiritual power during the advancement was too little, far from reaching the limit of a wizard. Generally, after advancing to a wizard, one's vitality would only increase to around 200 years old. Heath took a look at the system, and his own vitality had increased to 218 years after advancing to a wizard, more than 60 years more than before. However, the low-level wizard's maximum vitality was actually between 400 and 500 years old. This was something that had to be done by Heath himself. The means to increase vitality at the wizard level were not as abundant as during the apprentice period. The more common and easier method was to use the time fireplace. It was a large-scale wizard tool. By burning a large amount of immortal wood, tree of life, and other materials to create an environment full of vitality, a wizard living in it could slowly increase vitality and slow down signs of aging. However, that required a large team to gather these materials for him. His strength was not yet at that scale. If he could not do it in the long term, then he would start with the short term. Although this part of the means to improve was very rare, it was not impossible. And Heath had exactly one. Traceless time. This was a magic potion recorded in the Life Refinement Manual that led Heath to the path of a wizard. It was also the only magic potion that he currently had all the materials. It required time flowers, the tears of virgins, the cries of newborn babies, and other materials that could slow down aging and increase vitality. Immortality, not aging. It was a potion that was outstanding in both aspects. A few days later, on the west side of the palace, Longhair Princess Tower. Longhair Princess Tower was a tall tower on the west side of the Palace of Navi. The tower was more than 10 meters tall, but there were no stairs to go up. It was said that a princess who had made a mistake was imprisoned here. In order to make her reflect on her mistakes, the king deliberately removed the stairs to go up the tower. The princess who guarded the tower alone was unwilling to be lonely. She fell in love with a bard, so she asked a wizard for a magic potion that could make her hair grow longer. Before the dead of night, she would use the magic potion to make her hair grow longer, and then let the bard come up for a tryst. Well, this was just the nonsense of the commoners. This was a wizard tower, specifically for the wizard apprentices who were stationed at the human kingdom of Blood Source. There were sets of wizard tools inside, and all kinds of hardware facilities were specially built for Heath. Therefore, after staying in the palace for a few days to settle the trivial matters, Heath moved in decisively. At this moment, in the Longhair Princess Tower, the warm summer night wind blew gently, stirring the mottled nettles and swaying them gently. Ribbit ribbit! Ribbit ribbit! The sound came from inside the tower. It was a frog that was locked in a cage and placed on a wooden table. On the elder's wooden table, there were test tubes, beakers, alcohol lamps, libras, and other miscellaneous appliances. Blue and purple flames were jumping, and the burning beaker would occasionally emit thick white smoke, making people suspect that there was a piece of dry ice burning inside. Crack! The cage opened. A hand reached in and grabbed the frog out, but there was a scream. The frog was thrown into the white smoke. Heath's right hand was stained with spit. He flipped through the thick magic calculation notes on the table and said to himself, "Sigh, I think I should put half a frog in. Forget it, I'll just increase the dosage of the other ingredients for one frog. What's next? 2 drops of virgin tears. A baby's cry. A cup of old man's sigh. 2 leaves of soul grass, a spoonful of water of life, and finally, the thyme flower." Heath placed the prepared ingredients into the beaker one by one. The test tube contained the tears of virgins, and beside the test tube was a silver cup. This was a wizard tool that was used to collect emotions, also known as the emotion-holding cup. Sadness, laughter, suffering, and anger, these emotions could all be collected and materialized in liquid form in the cup. These strange things were also common materials in the field of wizards. For example, the concoction of love elixirs that often appeared in mortal stories would even use something as baffling as the man's truth. Next is the incantation. Standing in front of the table, Heath placed one hand on the beaker and began to chant a long incantation. This was his favorite step. Firstly, the incantation was a very magical operation that was very compatible with the wizards he knew when he was young. But more importantly, this step usually meant that the spell was coming to an end. Bang! Halfway through the chant, the beaker suddenly exploded, and colorful liquid splattered everywhere. The liquid splashed on the wood and the stone wall. Immediately, the faces of babies, old people, and young girls appeared on the wood and stone walls. Some were crying, some were sighing, and some were sad. Distorted faces and all kinds of voices rose and fell. Heath frowned. He failed. It doesn't matter. Failure is the mother of success. If you don't experience the wind and rain, how can there be a rainbow? As he comforted himself, Heath removed the mimicry shield that was automatically protecting him. After cleaning it briefly, he continued to invest in the next experiment. There was no such thing as a one-step process for concocting a potion. Even if he knew the formula and the method, the dosage needed to concoct the potion would vary from person to person and from situation to situation. He would have to go through repeated experiments, fumbles, and calculations before he could obtain the real result. He would have to be patient and endure the boredom before he could concoct the potion he wanted. It was not just the potion. The entire path of wizards was the same. There were many difficulties and obstacles. Even the system could only help speed up its growth. The difficulties and obstacles still needed him to solve and overcome by himself. However, every time he solved these difficulties, it was also a kind of gain and improvement for him. It made his character more tenacious and allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the realm of wizards. This was actually the most valuable part of the journey. With these, he could walk the path of wizards for a long time. Only then could he become a great wizard. 2 months later, Heath successfully completed the formulation of traceless time. After repeatedly trying to confirm that there were no problems, he drank this potion. Beep, vitality increased. Beep, vitality increased. Beep, vitality increased. The system's crisp notification indicated that the effect of the potion was correct. Heath could clearly feel the powerful vitality surging into his body, making every inch of his skin, every muscle, and every cell of his become more vibrant. After the energy calmed down, he used the system to look at it. Vitality, 286. Looking at the soaring number, Heath could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wizard-level potions were indeed extraordinary. Just one of them had increased the lifespan of a few decades, which was even longer than the average lifespan of humans in this world. Unfortunately, this kind of potion could only be consumed once. 286, which was still quite a distance away from the 500-year limit of low-level wizards. Unfortunately, he did not have the conditions to implement the rest of the life-enhancing methods in the life-refining manual. He lacked materials, tools, and so on. There was no other way. In the future, he could slowly improve while training. In any case, he was definitely considered young among the wizards. He still had a lot of time to squander. Go to the brothel. A few days after completing the potion preparation, in the Temple of Calera City. The Temple of Calera City was a building that the citizens of the former Kingdom of Navi had built on their own initiative. It was mainly used to worship their gods, which were also used by the wizards from Blood Source. Every year, the citizens would come here regularly to offer their precious food as a tribute. They would sing and dance and pray for the blessings of the gods. Of course, their gods and wizards had never come here once. After Heath restored the production order, he began to renovate the place. Since he had decided to establish a kingdom with divine power, the bridge of communication between gods and people naturally needed some effort. The newly built temple had more than doubled in size from the original foundation. The architectural style was personally handled by Heath, using the Gothic style. The entire temple was built tall and big, with a large number of pointed arches, rib-shaped vaults, flying arches, colorful glass windows, and so on, making it look dignified and imposing. Once one entered it, one would feel a sense of solemnity from the inside out. At this moment, in a room of the temple. In the spacious room, Heath stood there, with more than 30 young girls gathered around him. On the table next to him were white robes, veils, and other clothes. The girls were trying them on. These girls were naturally the female slaves that Heath had bought back then. How could the model of the church not have nuns and priests? Without thinking, Heath handed this responsibility to these girls. After all, their image and temperament were very outstanding, and their outstanding image and temperament were beneficial to deepen the impression of the public and further accelerate the spread of the church. As a transmigrator who had been poisoned by advertisements, Heath was very familiar with this aspect of promotion. If he stood in front of them with a good face, that fan effect. Just look at those fresh meat and you would know. It was just that the ideal was very full, but reality was sometimes very skinny. In reality, Heath found a lot of problems, such as the young girl Ava held a nun's uniform in front of Heath and asked, "Ah, master, do we really have to wear such clothes? It's very inconvenient to take off such clothes." At this moment, she was naked and only wore a veil. Although she was wearing a sacred veil, there was not a trace of holiness on her body. She held the nun's uniform and looked at it for a while before casually putting it aside. Then, she knelt on the ground and said with a blurred gaze, "Master, Ava. Ava doesn't want to wear this dress. Ava only wants to serve Master." The other girls also kneeled down like kittens and walked towards Heath. All kinds of obscene words were heard continuously, begging for Heath's favor. Chapter 149, God said. To be honest, Heath was quite moved by these girls' flirtatious and seductive looks. Although he had bought them to help with the housework, he did not deny that he had dirty thoughts in this regard. But now was obviously not the time. Heath frowned and said in a slightly stern tone, "Put on your clothes properly. This is not a joke." The girls felt wronged. "Master. But we can't do this. Yet, we haven't learned it." We've only learned how to make men comfortable and how to make men like us, but now you're asking us to be reserved and dignified. What is this? Try us. You haven't even used us. We're very obedient. A girl, yet she was more proud of it than a man's products. This was something that could only be done by someone who had no self-respect. It seemed a little unbelievable, but that was the reality. When the slave traders arrived at the girls, they would use beatings and torture to brainwash them. Through continuous brainwashing, they would tell the girls that their life was just a tool to vent men's lust and provide entertainment for others. Of course, there were those who tried to resist brainwashing, but the survival of the fittest was eliminated. These girls were beaten, tortured, cooked, and eliminated over and over again. The rest were slaves who accepted the idea that they had become a tool and were willing to let people stuff things into them to live. They were truly slaves who had lost their dignity and personality. Heath frowned. It was definitely impossible for the girls to become nuns and priests in such a manner. However, what was difficult was that he did not have any good ways to change them for the time being. The brainwashing that these girls had experienced was carried out in the context of the current era. It had already left a deep imprint of the era. In their minds, they were slaves and they were tools. It was as if the commoners knew that they would always be commoners, and the nobles knew that they would always be nobles. It was as if the private property was sacred and inviolable. This was a perception that was in accordance with the context of the era. Unless the era changed, the chaos ended, the slaves were completely banned, and the owners of the slaves were all beheaded, and there was no need to worry about being beaten to death or boiled if they resisted. The girls would not be able to make any changes. To put it simply, whoever won them would help whoever won them, and whoever won them would believe in them. Forget it, we'll talk about it after the end of summer mass. Right now, we should focus on practicing first. No matter if it's disguising or being stubborn, everything will be fine after the end of summer mass. Strictly speaking, Heath's Holy Church of Light was still in the initial stage of development. The shop was still under renovation, and the core members of the Holy Church and the organization structure were still not ready. He decided to hold a mass on the last day of the summer, the traditional end of summer celebration day, as the official opening ceremony of the Holy Church. Churches, nuns, and other things were all prepared for this. Heath was speechless. Could these girls still be saved? Perhaps only the gods could save them. Heath said, "How about this? I promise you that as long as you perform well, I will reward you after the end of summer mass ends. But for now, we need to keep a distance. This is for your own good." During the period when wizards had just advanced, the elemental radiation was very strong. Intimate contact with humans might have a great impact on them. Ah? Really? Okay, as long as it is your request, Master, we will do it. Irene will also work hard. The girls were full of enthusiasm. Phew! It was finally settled. Heath finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would not be easy to find a group of qualified nuns in such a short period of time. There are still too few people. In reality, Heath realized how difficult it was to build a team. There were a lot of vacancies for nuns, missionaries, and priests. He could not even find a few who could read, let alone someone who could help him preach. Other than the basic staff, the higher-ups were even more miserable. It could be said that they were a complete blank. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. The girls, whose clothes were untidy, hurriedly picked up the clothes on the floor to cover their bashfulness. It wasn't that their sense of shame was acting up, but because they were their master's personal belongings. They couldn't give themselves to other men without their master's permission. "Master, let's go inside and change." "Go, go." The girls went into the room while Heath walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood an old man in a brown robe. This was Marius, the former Grand Secretary of the palace. He was one of the more knowledgeable members of Heath's team. More than half of the nobles in the city had run away. There were too many people lacking. After Heath discussed with Tiffany, he told her to go back and find someone. After Tiffany left, Marius stayed by his side and took over the original work of Tiffany. He helped complete the initial creation of the Holy Church. Compared to Tiffany, Heath felt that this knowledgeable Grand Secretary was more capable in his work. Marius bowed and said, "I have already done all the things that you have arranged for me. However, I think we still need to discuss many details. It might take some time for you." Heath pointed at the chair beside him. "Sit down and talk." "Yes." Marius held a few books in his hands. He sat down and handed them to Heath one by one. Take a look. These are the clothes of the clergy. They are all designed according to your requirements. They are mainly in white, gold, and red. The heraldry uses the flower of the Holy Spirit. Also, this is the etiquette of the Holy Church. I have selected this from the etiquette of various countries. Do you think the God of Light is satisfied? The title and structure of the personnel organization are arranged like this. The top floor is the Pope and the Holy Church's 24 divisions are the Inquisition, the Knights, the Bishop's office, the tax collection. From the way the clergy dressed, the various etiquette and heraldry used by the Holy Church, and so on, they had to start all over again. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to build this Holy Church. It's fine to have the Holy Spirit flower as the pattern of the Holy Church's Lord, but isn't the pattern a little too few? As for the rest, the etiquette should be based on the ritual of the cross. The Holy Church's 24 divisions? That's too many. Let's see if we can simplify it a little. In terms of personnel, we'll add the Holy Maiden of Light and the red-robed Archbishop to the 2 positions. The powers of the 2 positions are. There was no other way. These were all necessary parts of creating an organization. His subordinates could help him design and create, but the real decision was still up to him. Halfway through the conversation, Marius suddenly stammered, also. Heath said, speak. Marius said with a guilty conscience, also, you said that you wanted us to organize a portion of the content that the gods taught the world. This. Heath said, why? Are you done organizing it? Then let me take a look. Marius said in a troubled manner, this. Heath raised his eyebrows. What? Marius mustered up his courage and said, what exactly did the God of Light say? You haven't told us yet. Heath was stunned for a moment. The God of Light's trick was enough to fool ordinary people, but for a knowledgeable scholar like Marius, Heath did not believe that he would believe his nonsense. He looked at Marius and thought for a moment. Sir Marius, since you did not leave like those nobles, then I think you should approve of what we are doing now. In that case, I think we should be more direct. There are many things that I cannot do by myself. Otherwise, I would not have specially asked you to help me, right? The thing that he had Marius draft was the Church's doctrine. After this was sorted out, it would be used to educate the people. It was the core ideology of the Church and the soul of the Church. It involved food, clothing, behavior, and even sleeping and dreaming. He had to think through each and every one of them. He had to think about what kind of clothes he wanted the people to wear, how he wanted the people to speak, and even whether the people should sleep flat or on their side. If he relied on Heath to complete such a huge content on his own, he would be exhausted to death. He did not have the interest to think so much. It was better to hand it over to the scholars who truly wanted to change the world. Marius was silent for a moment. Having interacted with wizards, he naturally did not believe in the God of Light. He was only willing to join Heath because he was tired of the chaos. He saw that Heath wanted to restore order and had the ability to do so. However, he did not expect that Heath's ambition would be so great. Not only did he want to restore order, he even wanted to create another set of order. And now, he wanted to hand over the framework of order to him and let him complete it. Marius wiped the sweat that had unknowingly oozed out of his forehead. His mood was unprecedentedly fluctuating. An indescribable excitement filled his entire body. He held a notebook in one hand and a quill in the other. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Heath, "My lord, do you think, did God say that humans and livestock need to live separately?" Heath said, "Yes, that can be done." Marius continued, "Did God also say that humans cannot have coitus with goats?" "Yes, that must be added. Otherwise, who will bear the children if they go and have sex with goats? Didn't God say?" In the afternoon, both sides talked about what God wanted people to do with their lives. They had a rough idea of the basic framework, which involved all aspects of people's lives. After the basic framework was drawn up, Heath left the rest to Marius to deal with. He encouraged, "What did God say? Did God say it? That's not important. What's important is that we need to tell these people outside, tell them what to do and how to live. What do you think?" Marius wanted to say, "I think you're a big liar." The matter came to an end. Before he left, Marius asked, "My lord, do you think this doctrine should have a name?" He thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it God said, it's concise and clear." God said, Let there be light. Look, how domineering. So, the first book in the wizard world that taught people how to live, told people where to come from, and where to go was published in the Temple of Kalaru, and later in St. Paul's Cathedral. The creation of the entire Holy Church was a huge task that Heath alone could not accomplish. He just needed to keep watch at the critical moment, and the rest was left to his subordinates to handle. Thus, on the second day after connecting with Marius, he returned to the field of magic. And this time, the project that he pushed onto the experimental platform for research was The Grand Knight. Chapter 150, Gold Palace, Long-Hair Princess Tower. On the wide wooden table, there were a few corpses of demonized beasts. There were 4-tailed wolves with 4 tails, steel-backed wild boars with fur like steel, etc. They were all demonized beasts that were unique to the Kalaru region. Heath had specially arranged for the knights to hunt them. Standing in front of the wooden table, Heath placed one hand on the 4-tailed wolf that was famous for its agility. Extract. Beep, successful extraction. Agility plus 0.01. The system's crisp notification sounded as expected, and a pure energy quickly surged into his body. Yes, after extracting the knight's heart from the magic bug forest, Heath unexpectedly found that he could extract the knight's attributes from all sorts of materials, and he could also improve it during his daily training. It was as if he had broken some kind of shackle and exceeded some kind of upper limit. But the strange thing was the way this knight's heart appeared in his body. Heath pulled out a chair and sat down, then closed his eyes and entered the spiritual sea. On the side of the spiritual sea, there were many light balls of different sizes floating, and each light ball had a large number of runes, formulas, magic arrays, and so on, densely forming some kind of pattern. This area was the spell model area that Heath had opened up. Behind each light ball, there was a spell model. And next to this area, there was a different light ball floating. This light ball was completely golden. What was even more amazing was that the runes gathered in these golden light balls were obviously completely different from other runes. These were all strange symbols, different from any runes used by wizards. If viewed separately, this was just a special model. However, the strange thing was that the real identity of this model was actually the knight's heart. What was going on? Why would the knight's heart appear here in the form of a model? Could the knight's heart be some kind of spell? Heath was also puzzled. Opening his eyes, Heath left the chair and came to the side of the experimental table. There was a palm-sized metallic substance with blood on it. It was plucked from the back of the steel-backed wild boar. The steel-backed wild boar was a very weak demonized beast amongst demonized beasts. Its overall combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary wild boar. However, its special point was that there was a palm-sized metallic substance growing in the middle of its back. This piece of metal had an exceptionally strong defense. If it was used in a single round, it could even reach the level of a wizard. After Heath obtained this piece of metal, he tested its defense. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. He used the power of a knight and the power of magic, but could not shake it in the slightest. In the end, it was only when he activated the power of a wizard that there was a reaction. Click! The drawer opened. Heath took out a dagger from inside and held the dagger, closing his eyes slightly. Sizzle! For some reason, the edge of the dagger was suddenly coated with a layer of golden light. It was as if the dawn had shone on it, and it was exceptionally dazzling. At the same time, Heath opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were clearly a little strange. His gaze was not as sharp as usual. Instead, it had become a little gentle, and there was a hint of determination mixed in it. He looked like a warrior who had prepared himself mentally but still walked onto the battlefield. His entire body was exuding a momentum of no return. Holding the dagger, Heath gently slashed at the metallic material on the table. He could not feel any force from it. However, where the dagger slashed, the metallic material actually naturally separated into 2 sides. The cuts were smooth and neat. This was even able to resist a wizard-level metal. Just like that, it was easily split into 2 halves. The dagger continued to move on the metallic material. After cutting and dissecting the entire metallic material, Heath closed his eyes slightly, and the shining metallic luster came to an abrupt end. Opening his eyes, his gaze had already returned to its previous state. Heath shook his head. Whew! Every time he used the Grand Knight's power, he always felt an abnormal emotion enter his mind. It caused his mind to become frenzied and he would lose his mind. After adjusting for a while, Heath picked up a pair of tweezers and fiddled with the chopped metal material. Finally, he picked out a fingernail-sized material that was cut into thin slices and put it into a glass container with the tweezers. Then, Heath placed the glass container on a strange device next to it. This was a metal device similar to a microscope. However, under the eyepiece, there were two eyeballs connected instead of an objective. Next to them were two delicate little hands. This was a magic microscope. Its function was similar to a microscope. It was also used by wizards to conduct microscopic experiments. It was convenient for wizards to further explore the world. Heath placed the glassware on the platform and turned the dial below. Caw caw caw. The sound of gears turning could be heard. The two little hands reached over and fixed the glassware while the other began to adjust the platform. At the same time, the two eyeballs also quickly stared at the glassware, their pupils slowly spreading outwards. There was a crystal ball next to the magic microscope. At this moment, the crystal ball slowly showed an image of something similar to the nucleus of a cell. Heath turned the wheel and adjusted the microscope while observing the image on the crystal ball. Tisk tisk, even the structure of the nucleus of a cell has been destroyed. This power is so fierce. What exactly does this golden energy belong to? Is it also elemental energy? But why can't I feel any elemental reaction? There's no elemental reaction, but it can still neutralize elemental energy. No wonder it can cut through Slater's magic. The true strength of the Grand Knight was this strange golden energy. This strange energy did not belong to any element, but Heath found that it could neutralize elements and was extremely destructive to elemental magic. What kind of concept was this? If magic was likened to a ball of burning flames, then this golden energy was like a basin of cold water. When a spell that was being cast encountered this energy, its internal arrangement would naturally disintegrate and collapse, leading to the complete collapse of the spell. This was the problem with Slater's spell not being able to destroy Hasland. It was not that Slater's spell was not powerful enough, but that Slater's spell had been disintegrated and destroyed by this energy. What the hell is this? My level of knowledge is still too weak. It would be great if I could have more information about Grand Knights as a reference. In the future, if I have the chance, I must find a wizard to properly consult me. Heath did not believe that there were no books about Grand Knights. After all, there were once stigmata wizards in the Underdark Tresia, and he believed that some of the high-end knowledge he should have was also in reserve. However, this knowledge belonged to the top-level knowledge category, and only a few wizards knew about it. Moreover, they were strictly guarded and not released. It was far from what ordinary apprentices could come into contact with. Take Shadow Tower for example. Legend had it that there was a secret library for wizards. Heath had stayed there for a few years, but he had never entered it even once. Let's talk about the future later. Let's see if this idea can be realized. After carefully observing this energy, Heath suddenly had an idea. Since he could extract and use this energy, could he restore it using magic and give it to other knights to use? Furthermore, could he mass-produce Grand Knights? This idea was not a random fantasy without any evidence. The magic of a wizard originated from nature. Every spell he saw now was based on observing and simulating nature, and then using runes and knowledge to materialize it to form spells. In theory, as long as there was any material in this world, it could be presented by spells. Of course, it might be a little difficult to mass-produce a Grand Knight. With his current level of knowledge and ability, it was not very likely, but it should still be possible to simulate some of its power, right?